Education will now come to order. Roll call. Hanson, excused. Meek?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Peterson, here. Ray? Here. Williams?
Here.
Weininger?
Here.
Pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into item number 4, the 2023 Perseverance Scholarship Highlight Video.
Okay, thank you. Last week was an incredibly special time here in Douglas County School District as we honored this year's Perseverance Scholarship recipients. Since the program began in 1988, we have awarded more than $276,000 in scholarships to seniors. Financial need and academic merit are key criteria used in selecting scholarship recipients. However, students who are awarded this scholarship, the most important thing is that they have overcome incredible personal challenges, from losing a parent at a young age to mental health challenges and many more. These are the students that are the reason that we come to work every single day. These students inspire us as they prepare to graduate and leave DCSD, and we know their stories are just beginning. This year, at our district leadership team meeting, we were able to recognize 12 Perseverance Scholarship recipients, and they all have amazing stories, and I wish I could share all 12 of their videos, but tonight's video highlights one of our Perseverance Scholarship recipients, Paige Hillsden from Highlands Ranch High School. You can see more about Perseverance Scholarships on DCSD's YouTube channel. Perseverance Scholarships are made possible through the Douglas County Foundation and through the personal donations of our leadership team. Our administrators, our district leaders, make personal donations in order to award Perseverance Scholarships every single year. It was the most amazing ceremony ever, and we are so proud of these kids. These kids define what it means to be DCSD and also what amazing work our principals and our counselors do to impact the lives of our students. So I hope you enjoy this video.
I feel really good, kind of just trying to get through the last couple days of school and with good grades and everything.
Paige has always been a really hard worker, very independent, my most probably independent child, which is really, in the grand scheme of things, seemed to serve her well.
Paige is our only daughter, middle child, and was always very independent, headstrong, kind of knew what she wanted, and very competitive as well, and always interested in athletics and excelling.
Freshman year went great. She was a varsity cheerleader. And then in the summer, life took a hard left. Just spontaneously, one night, she woke up paralyzed, basically from the chest down.
The sudden mystery of her illness, the rareness of it, just threw us for a loop for sure. It was pretty traumatic as a father, seeing your daughter wake up one morning unable to get out of bed, lifting her out of the bed to the car, racing to the hospital, and then just the uncertainty of what's going on.
She got diagnosed with acute partial transverse myelitis, which is basically a condition where they said it's spontaneous and 1 in a million people come down with it and inexplicably, and so they basically said she had won the unlucky lottery.
Some of my biggest memories about it are the night it happened and waking up. It was definitely a big shock. I was definitely really confused, but I remember the whole first month being in the hospital, I never really thought about it or what would be permanent or happen. And then they told me they don't know how much better I would get, and that's when I was oh, this is a life thing.
So it was a tough road. She basically went to rehab for 2 months. I lived with her in the hospital, and she had to battle back to be able to do the things in life, walk, feed herself, use her arms, legs, hands, come back from paralysis.
I think it had something to do with me like not really thinking about it very much. Like while I was in the hospital, I just like had a daily routine there, and I like just followed through with that every day. Physical therapy is like what helped me the most.
In the hospital, during this time, she's trying to keep up with classes. She couldn't hold a pen, she couldn't write. So she had to use voice to text because she was really trying to keep up with her schoolwork so that she could graduate on time.
And she wanted to make sure that she was at school. Like it wasn't just, I want to get this work done and I want to make sure I get my degree. She was like, I want to be a part of school. And so from the very beginning, when she was able to come back, she came back full force, even if it meant, I just want to be on the sidelines and be a part of what's going on at school. Even if it meant I just want to get a couple of assignments done and make sure I'm actively involved in class. Paige was very dedicated to making sure that she was always a member of Highlands Ranch High School.
I describe her as really funny. She's so sweet. She's always there for me.
She's always been such an upbeat and loving person. And I think that she had such a great support system, whether that be her family, her friends, or even like the kids on the cheer team.
My friends definitely helped a lot. They like knew what happened, obviously, and like weren't judging me for it. I felt comfortable with them.
To graduate high school with the grades she has and get the scholarships, for college makes me super proud. But having done that, pushing through the obstacle that she's had to overcome to get here makes me immensely proud.
It's been something that has really challenged our whole family. Obviously, this has multiple things, but Paige has really been so strong. I can't. Part of the challenge is trying to understand. And so I really just can't imagine what strength, she's had to endure it. So really proud.
So I want you to imagine 12 stories like that. I can't even talk about that meeting without crying because the stories our students have are just incredible. And I was also really struck by how the stories our students have, how much our staff, our teachers, and our counselors and our principals were threaded into those stories and became a part of the story by supporting and identifying and offering help and holding hands every step of the way. So just couldn't be more proud. This is why we do what we do. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving into item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Before we take a motion, I would like to note there is item number 9 on the consent agenda, which I will get to here when we get to consent, but I'm not going to pull it. I will just make a note on that we're going to have to add an extra meeting, but it'll be a special meeting. But I'll address that once we get to consent. Do we have a recommendation on the overall agenda?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Myers. I'll now take the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 6-0. Moving into item number 6, superintendent updates, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Timer starts now. Got it. First of all, this week is Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. And so I hope everyone watching will take a moment to thank their teachers and thank the staff and the principals at their kids' schools for everything that they do for our kids and do all year long. We hope they get spoiled to death this week, which they really deserve. Graduations are coming up next week. It's hard to believe, but we have most of our graduation ceremonies over the next week and a few into the following week. We held our annual retirement ceremony last week. We had about 60 retirees and over 200 attendees. And so that was really great to celebrate people's long careers in Douglas County School District, some as many as 36 or even more than 40 years with our district. Benefits open enrollment is taking place this week for our employees. And so as a reminder, the district is taking on the additional premium costs so that our employees do not have to pay any additional premiums going into next year, but they do need to enroll for their benefits. So a reminder to do so. Licensed contracts and pay information are being released on May 15th. We're able to do it a little bit early this year thanks to the quick action of the Board of Education regarding pay, as well as tonight's meeting regarding renewals. The Equity Advisory Council just closed out their year. They made a number of recommendations regarding human resources, and we are in the process of reviewing those recommendations, and we just want to sincerely thank them for their work as they go into the summer. Deaf and Hard of Hearing Carnival was at Chaparral High School recently. Our deaf and hard of hearing community is very connected, and it was a great opportunity for our families to come together and for the kids to come together, and they had a really great time. And in a couple of cases, we have second generation kids attending our schools in the deaf and hard of hearing community. So it was really an exciting connectivity for our community. The art show was held at Legacy Campus over the past couple of weeks, celebrating kindergarten through 12th grade students' artwork. We had 1427 secondary and 1294 elementary pieces of artwork on display. Hundreds and hundreds of family members and community members visited over the 2-week time span for both shows. It was amazing to see. I got to peruse the show myself, just amazing. Starting this year, the Legacy Campus directors chose about 15 pieces that will be showcased at the Legacy Campus throughout next school year until the next art show when 12 more pieces will be selected. We have done on safety security front, we've done a lot of work around vaping and how we can proactively prevent vaping and address vaping in our schools. So we are reviewing some of the latest and greatest technology regarding detecting and being proactive around vaping, as well as how we can add to our training programs for kids to make sure that they are aware of vaping and know how to deal with vaping if they are addicted, because we are finding kids get addicted so easily that even with consequences, it's just really hard for them to stop. Our nurses are actively involved in that training, and we're really excited about the steps we're able to take. Finally, spring sports are in playoff season and involve many students and teams across our school district, and we wish them all well. Finally, I just have a statement that I would like to make on behalf of our staff. Given some of the things that have been in the media, et cetera, I just want to make it really clear again that racial slurs and discrimination are absolutely unacceptable in our district. Covered in our student code of conduct, pages 15 through 17, and policy JBA, non-discrimination and non-harassment of students. So this is in our code of conduct for our students that every parent has to acknowledge every school year. The Board of Education is committed to maintaining a learning environment for students that is free from harassment based on an individual's disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, religion, or ancestry. As such, harassment by district employees, students, and third parties is strictly prohibited. Any student who engages in harassment of another student based on any of those things will be subject to remedial action such as educational counseling and be subject to disciplinary action. The student code of conduct is acknowledged by parents and students each school year. I'm not aware of a single principal, administrator, or teacher in our district that finds discriminatory or harassing behavior acceptable. Our teachers know that if a classroom issue rises to the level of discrimination or harassment, they should immediately refer to the issue to the school's administration. Our administrators know how to engage our compliance officer who performs discrimination and harassment investigations. We absolutely acknowledge that there is always room for improvement as we consistently work to address prevention and response. However, I just want to be really careful about generalizing that teachers and administrators in our district are either unable or unwilling to respond to discrimination or harassment. They most certainly are dedicated to making sure that every student feels safe in our district. With the introduction of 24/7 social media and the social emotional impacts of COVID, our administrators and teachers' jobs have become more difficult than ever before. And just to give you an example, as you know, I used to be the administrator of American Academy, and I remember I had a community member come in one time and tell me that a couple of students in American Academy uniforms were running around like monkeys in King Soopers, and that he had taken a picture, which is totally inappropriate, and suggested that the school should take disciplinary action against those students. And my response was, of course, that I'm responsible for my students when there are students in school, but when they're in King Soopers with their parents, that is clearly delineated to be their parents' responsibility. In today's world, social media is 24/7. And when kids post and harass each other over the weekend or on off-school hours over time, it still lands in the laps of our teachers in our schools. And they are happy to take that on to make sure that kids feel protected and safe. But I also think that we need to acknowledge that it is a much more difficult job than it ever has been before. So this week, of all weeks, I just want our hardworking teachers and administrators to hear me and my team say that we know how much harder their jobs have become. We see you and we appreciate you, and on behalf of my team, we are committed to doing everything that we can to provide training and support as we work through difficult issues together as a district and a team. And so I wanted to make sure to say that and to just shout out our incredible schools, teachers, and administrators who are all working really hard on behalf of our amazing students. So thank you. That concludes superintendent remarks.
And thank you. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, if we can have a hand for all our teachers and our staff. Okay, moving on to item number 7, public comment. Purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during the time allotted. We will have 3 minutes per speaker this evening. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please don't interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. Mr. Blair will give you a 15-second notice prior to your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so by being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers will be asked to leave the room after a prior warning. And for an extra note, if you'd like to avoid being present in public, please sign up. We do have an online option for those that want to comment online. If you come in person wearing, I don't know, maybe ski goggles, a balaclava, a dark hat, masks, this is a different time after COVID, expect our elite security folks to give you a little extra attention as previous people will be done. And if they have any security concerns, our security folks are authorized to ask you to leave the room and or the building. So again, if you feel you need to protect your identity or something like that, just please sign up online. With that, we will go right to our speakers. Our first will be Jen Iverson, followed by Kathy Lees, followed by Tiffany Baker. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening again. Last night, I heard you say that when diversity, equity, and inclusion were spoken together, some people, are triggered. That is something those people will need to get over and find another hill to die on. According to Forbes, the business world focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion reached $7.5 billion in 2020. It's expected to double that amount in another 3 years. 15, math was never my strong point, $1 billion towards diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not something you can escape. It's fact. To prepare our students for life outside Douglas County, it is the obligation of DCSD to teach and embody this work. Such work includes calling out racism when it's seen and experienced, It's 2023. There's zero excuse for this behavior. Your silence condones this, and I appreciate Superintendent Kane for recognizing that this is a need that needs to be spoken out loud. There are signs outside of DCSD buildings right now that say, "Keeping kids at the heart of what we do." How does your behavior last night align with this meaningful statement? How is your demand to waste taxpayer dollars, an estimated $500,000, on a jury trial to put our students at the heart of what you are doing? Within your own code of ethics, it says to render all decisions based on available facts and independent judgment, and refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals, special interest groups, or political affiliation. It also says to remember always that my first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of students attending Douglas County School District schools. I don't see those reflected in the conversations last night. I think some reflection might be in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next will be Catherine Lees, although I do not see her present. Is she online, Mr. Blair? She is not online. Okay, we will move to Tiffany.
She's stuck in traffic. She'll be on her way.
Okay, we'll move on to Tiffany Baker. Is she online?
She is, sir.
Okay.
Hello, directors. I'm speaking tonight in hopes that board directors can have an honest discussion on whether or not this district staff and volunteers should continue pursuing MLO and bond ballot measures in 2023. Many community members will be concerned with a possible large increase in property taxes. The board's favorability is currently at a 32% low. The 4 directors who are defendants in the Colorado Open Meetings Law lawsuit have no intention in taking accountability for their backroom meetings, which led to firing a superintendent due to no cause, costing the district hundreds of thousands of dollars, senior staff members, and likely the MLO and bond last year. The district is looking at paying $500,000 in legal fees now, with this current lawsuit heading to trial in June. Yes, there's money in the district's budget to cover legal services. However, if this money in the budget is not spent on legal, then it goes towards students and staff. The board volunteers' priorities do not seem to be on district staff or students. This is apparent to many who are paying attention. You have a collective bargaining agreement renewal on the agenda for transportation, but there's no discussion on reinstating a collective bargaining agreement with the teachers union. How are teachers in this district supposed to feel valued when they are not giving a seat at the table? How are teachers supposed to feel valued when you continue to burn opportunities down where you could be advocating for an MLO and bond instead of wasting more taxpayer money defending your political actions, including your lack of transparency with the public? You abuse the ability to meet in executive sessions to keep community members in the dark of wasteful spending in your continued politics. Staff just recently spent $68,200 with PacWest Strategies on an initial planning and development phase for MLO and bond this year. Yet can the board honestly say that you can give voters to trust you enough to vote in favor of this? Why should we, when your board does not even have a monitoring report for your own financial well-being? The superintendent is accountable for the spending of their staff, but where's the accountability for the spending of board directors? There is currently no effective financial accountability for our school board, and maybe this is why you act like you have a blank check to insert your politics into our school district. Teachers, other staff members, volunteers, Democrats, and Republicans all would like to know, do you truly think an MLO and bond can be successful this year, or is money being wasted on this effort when it could be spent elsewhere? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, and I do not see Ms. Lees in the audience. Go ahead, Ms. Iverson. I'll allow you to read it.
There is something about calling the racism recently reported in the school district bullying that feels minimizing and really misses the big picture. Calling it bullying ignores that more than 150 students were on the chat that said nothing and only bailed when the students were notified that the chat was reported. It's not bullying when the student reported it and administrators thought his claim was suspect. It's not bullying when upper administration didn't reach out to the family until they spoke publicly at a board meeting. It's not bullying when children are forced to publicly give their names and tell their stories to be believed, while at the same time, a woman was allowed to hide her face and not give her full name to spout some weird conspiracy nonsense. It's not bullying when adults make public comments at the same meeting saying that racism didn't exist in our district until the equity policy was created. It's not bullying when these same adults tell the students that were racially harassed that they were sorry for what happened to them. It's not bullying that only after this went public, some students were suspended. Yet the student being bullied cannot go to school anymore because it is no longer safe for them. This is an example of systemic racism in the district and our community. If our district had a functioning equity policy and staff and students were educated, this would have looked very different. First, the few kids that probably said the hate speech might not have done it. But if they did, hopefully, some of the students on the chat would have stopped it as soon as it happened, saying it was wrong. But if none of the kids stopped it, the administrator that heard the student's story would have believed him. The administrator would have known their desire to not believe it was rooted in their own bias. If that administrator believed the student, there would have been a process to address issues like this, including a method to track hate speech and other forms of civil rights violations at a district level. Equity is not achieved by an anti-bullying policy. It is achieved by educating students, staff, and parents about equity and the impacts of systemic oppression of all underrepresented groups. It is about changing policies to be equitable and not favor one group over another. It's about understanding and acknowledging our own biases, not eliminating them, just their unintentional impact. I won't be calling this bullying
15
because
seconds
it is
remaining.
systemic racism in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson, for Ms. Lees. That is the end of public comment tonight. We will move on to item number 8, which is adoption of consent agenda, detailed in items 9 through 11. I don't wish to pull item number 9, but I just do want to point out to the rest of the board, there is only one meeting scheduled for November next year due to the Thanksgiving holiday, and with statutory requirements around elections, which will occur on November 7th, we will have to schedule a special meeting, but we're going to need to wait to see what the county clerk and recorder's responsiveness is, things like that. So just realize these are all the regularly scheduled board meetings, but there will at least have to be an addition of a special meeting in November. With that, recommendation is that the board approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda, items number 9, 10, and 11.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Williams. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 6-0. And now we're into item number 12, approval of minutes. The recommendation is the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented, and the minutes attached to this item are for both meetings that occurred on April 25th, the special meeting and the regular board meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Williams,
Second.
second by Myers. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 6-0. Moving into study action items. First item is item number 13, which is a resolution honoring Kendrick Castillo, and the recommendation will be that the Board of Education approve this resolution as presented. We are just past 4 years from the anniversary of the STEM school shooting in Highlands Ranch. So I would like to read the whereas statements. Mr. Blair can get them up, thank you. And then the board can take a motion on this resolution. Resolution, the Board of Education of Douglas County School District RE1 honoring the legacy of Kendrick R. Castillo. Whereas on May 7th, 2019, Kendrick Castillo, along with two classmates, Joshua Jones and Brendan Biley, acted heroically in defense of their classmates and staff at STEM School Highlands Ranch, a Douglas County School District authorized public charter school, by rushing and subsequently disarming an active shooter. And whereas Kendrick Castillo lost his life while saving the lives of several students and staff. And whereas Kendrick's parents raised him to be strong in his faith and moral character and imbued him with the virtues of courage, prudence, justice, temperance, faith, hope, and charity, attributes that not only enabled him to selflessly defend others, but to be an enduring, exemplary role model for his peers throughout his time as a student. And whereas Kendrick loved technology and robotics and aspired to be an aerospace engineer to enable him to give back to his community. And whereas Kendrick and his parents were immersed in and dedicated to the robotics program at his school, and their mutual dedication resulted in student empowerment and achievement through academic exploration and competition in the field of robotics. And whereas Kendrick's incredible capacity to love and to put others before himself was directly reflected in the culture of his robotics program, where he was the team captain, which should serve as a model of inclusion and belonging for all district programs. And whereas Kendrick's sacrifice, character, and dedication to others and love of robotics should be remembered and honored by all district students and staff. And whereas the Board of Education of Douglas County School District RE1, Policy FF, naming new facilities, states that schools may be named for physical locations, geographic areas, desirable conditions, or significant or pertinent events. And Policy FFA, memorials for deceased students and staff, limits permanent memorial forms to awards, scholarships, plantings, collections of books, or items of historical or educational significance. And whereas the Board of Education believes policies FF and FFA should remain intact, except in response to extraordinary contributions related to the district, and the contributions and sacrifice of Kendrick Castillo are meritorious of being exempted from any restrictions under these policies, which might impact the naming of an educational space in his honor. And whereas the Board of Education has the final decision-making authority with respect to naming facilities as stated in Policy FF. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education as follows. 1, the Board of Education directs the superintendent to name the robotics program spaces located at the DCSD Legacy Campus in honor of Kendrick R. Castillo to ensure his legacy, sacrifice, and the love of robotics live in perpetuity. 2, particular emphasis should be given to ensuring students enrolled in the associated robotics programs at the Legacy Campus understand Kendrick's passion for robotics and as a means to allow each student to achieve their unique potential while creating and sustaining a culture of belonging, inclusion, and collaboration among students, staff, and parents. I'll now take any motions regarding the resolution. Or discussion.
No, I was going to say thank you, Director Peterson. Definitely a fitting tribute for a young man that sacrificed for others. And yeah, I therefore move that we accept the resolution and the recommended actions to honor Kendrick Castillo.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Weininger. I'm sorry, second by Meek. Thank you. I will now take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Before I vote, John and Maria could not be here this evening. It's a very difficult time for them, but they are very proud of Kendrick, obviously, and they look forward to being at the ribbon cutting ceremony in the fall. So with that, I give a heartfelt aye. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
It is a true honor to vote aye tonight.
Director Weininger.
Aye.
Passed 6-0, and I thank the board members. Now we'll move right into item number 14, the Millbond Exploratory Committee presentation, and I believe Ms. Superintendent Kane.
President Peterson, if I may, I just received a text that the entirety of the MBEC won't be able to be here until 6 because we are a good hour and 20 minutes ahead of our agenda. So I don't know if the board would consider taking a recess until 6. It would be appreciated, I'm sure.
We will take a well-needed 25-minute extended recess till 6 o'clock, and then I believe, Mr. Blair, we will have Ms. Brownrigg online. Is that correct? She actually already is online, sir. Okay, we will resume at 6 o'clock if you could inform her while we're waiting for the rest of MBEC. Thank you, Superintendent Kane.
Thank you.
Number 14, the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee presentation. We have a 60-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute Q&A.
President Peterson, if I might, we need to see if we can get Mrs. Brownrigg on.
Mr. Blair, do we have her online?
We do have Ms. Brownrigg online.
If we can just get a voice check with her, that would be outstanding. Ms. Brownrigg, can you?
Hello.
Okay, we have you loud and clear. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joe Robinson. I'm Vice Chairman of the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, basically known as MBEC. That's what we go by. And I do appreciate the time that the board's given us tonight on the agenda for the hour presentation and the question and answer. So we do appreciate that. As you're aware, due to a family situation, Sandra had to go to Alabama. So hopefully her connection from down there will be fine. And she will be part of the presentation too. As you can see from our first slide, I will be doing just some general introductory slides. Sandra will be part of the presentation. She'll be doing an introduction. Michelle Supert will be doing the data portion of the presentation, and Brad Geiger will be doing the recommendations part of the presentation. And then after that is over with, we will take any questions from the board, and there might be a situation where we'll pull somebody from the audience based on what the questions are, so on that knowledge. One thing I just want to make sure that you understand, the charter that we were given for MBEC, work with the superintendent and any consulting firm engaged by the district to study the needs of the school district and the current budgetary constraints. Number one. Number two, assist in maintaining public trust and confidence in the district through active involvement in the MLO bond communication. And number three, provide a comprehensive presentation at a board meeting prior to the end of each school year, and that's where we are tonight. Getting close to the end of the school year, but that's where we're here tonight. So that was our charter. Committee members, I am just going to ask the board will allow the committee members that are here to stand up and individually and just kind of tell you their name, what their role is on the committee, and what their role has been with Douglas County School District. We do have several that are not here because their own children had activities at school tonight. There must be a lot of things going on in Douglas County schools, I think, right now. So on that. So Sandra, I'm going to ask you first to start that.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Sandra Brownrigg. I am a longtime volunteer in the school district. My son is now 24 and a graduate of Castle View. And I've served on SACS, DAC, and this subcommittee 3 times over the years. So that's my connection.
Okay.
And Joe, I defer you on who you call next.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm just going to start back here. Steve, why don't you go ahead and start?
My name is Steve Murray. I'm a volunteer on the committee, first time. Been very educational and proud to be serving.
I'm Becky Walker, and I am the staff member. I'm the staff member representative, and so I work at Trailblazer, and I also have 3 children in Douglas County schools, or one just graduated.
Good evening. My name is Brad Geiger. I've been a member of the Long Range Planning Committee for 10 years now, and this is my 3rd service on the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee with Ms. Brownrigg. We're getting a little tired of each other. Formerly had 2 kids in Douglas County schools, now paying for college for both of them.
Thank you. My name is Klaus Driesen. I have just moved into Castle Rock about 3 years ago. I'm just a lowly committee member. This is my first year to sit on this committee. I'm a former superintendent in Texas. I'm also a college professor at TCU. You've heard of TCU, right? Yeah, okay, good. Anyway, I've learned a lot. Your funding and how you handle things are completely different than we do them in Texas. Some ways better, some ways worse.
Hi, I'm Holly Cluth. I'm a citizen volunteer on the committee, 32-year resident of Douglas County, and have been asked to weigh in on occasion on public safety and security issues.
Krista Gilstrap. Been on the MBEC for 2 years now. I have 4 kids in the district. I helped run the 5A, 5B campaign, and yeah, I don't know. You guys know me.
Hi, I'm Valerie. I served as the DAC representative. This is my second time on the MBEC. My background is in research, so I helped with the data analysis for this presentation.
Hi, Michelle Suprat. I am listed as the charter representative for the MBEC committee. This is my first time volunteering on a committee. We have 6 children, 2 recently graduated from Douglas County, 4 still trucking through.
Hi, my name's Eric Woldite. You guys know me because I'm a returning member. Parent representative, have 4 kiddos in the SHAP feeder area.
Hi, my name is Bianca Smith. I'm a mom to 2 elementary kids. I'm from the Mountain Vista feeder. I'm a representative there, and I also served as data analysis, given I spent previous time as a civil engineer.
There is a chance that we may have a couple more slip in here before the meeting's over with. And give you my background, I serve on MBEC. This will be the 2nd year. I've been on MBOC since its formation, which would be, 5 years ago now. I've got 3 grandsons at World Compass Academy and 1 grandson at Mountain Vista, so staying actively involved on that. You've seen the list of our committee members. What you don't see is the non-voting members. So I would like to point out that Director Williams serves as the liaison and a non-voting member, and Director Windiger is also a liaison and a non-voting member. And Stacy Rader, Stacy has been pretty much at every meeting. We appreciate that. And then we had a student by the name of Nick Menzel, who, as a senior, I think he's doing senior activities, I'll be honest with you. So, but Nick attended several meetings and really gave some very good input. So we appreciate that. Just so you're aware, Sandra's approach this year was a little different than last year. We broke up into 3 subcommittees. And one of those subcommittees was called Data Analysis, and that was chaired by Eric and Bianca, and you met them earlier. Another committee was Needs Assessment and Funding Options, and that was chaired by John Freeman, who was not able to be here tonight. And then Community Engagement, which I chaired that one. So everything we did was based around those three committees, and that was the basis of our presentation this year, the way we approached it this year. As far as where we picked our data up from this year, presentations from the leadership. Superintendent came, gave a presentation, Finance gave presentations, Rich, Jana, pretty much everybody that you've got in a district leadership role gave us a presentation at some point during this process. We did district community poll administered by PacWest. We did look at their data after you got their results. With the appendix that you'll see in the presentation at the end, there is a ton of reference material that you can go to later if you so desire on that. We surveyed board advisory committees, every one of the advisory committees that have been approved by the board, sanctioned by the board. We surveyed the school accountability committees and the parent-teacher organizations and the employees. And I think Michelle will talk a little more about the employee survey. Large response, very, very large response on that one. We did some focus groups, enforcement leadership. We did a special education community parent and advocates focus group, and a focus group with influencers without children in the districts. That's 61% that we talk about that have no connection to the district whatsoever. And then our analysis from MBEC subcommittees, needs and funding, data analysis, and community engagement. And feedback from the board advisory committees on their leadership. So a lot of input, a lot of data. If you look at the appendix, you're going to be able to, you'll see a ton of data there. So that's my part of the presentation. So Sandra, you're up on introductions if you're ready. Just tell me when to click.
I'll tell you when to flip. Thank you very much, Joe. And I'd like to thank Joe for his leadership on multiple times where he stepped in to help with this group. You've been invaluable. And I'd like to thank everybody on the MBEC for serving. It has been a privilege to serve with you. You guys are a diverse group of highly skilled individuals, kept me on my toes the entire time, and it was a pleasure. So directors, we on MBEC are lucky. We get to step back and review trends and data from a remove and share with you what can be hard to see when your hearts and minds are engaged on a daily basis in your jobs. I hope that you find our perspective of value tonight. This presentation is going to be like a 3-act play. I'll set the scene and outline the complications and obstacles that we're looking at. Michelle will discuss the current state of community perception from employees, highly involved volunteers, and those who are currently disconnected from the district. And then Brad will wrap up the presentation with some suggestions on how to address the challenges we've outlined and secure funding. So we'll start with a look back at previous campaigns, then review DCSD's current needs, discuss feasibility based on historic voting patterns, and finish up with taxes. You see on your screen a recap of 2018. You passed the mill and bond with 94,500 people voting for the MLO and 91,500 voting for the bond, roughly 54% and 52.4%. Next one, Joe. In 2022, 92,000 people voted for the MLO and 84,500 for the bond. The MLO fell short by less than 1%, and the bond fell short by 4.2%. I want to emphasize that the community did not soundly reject either measure. They fell slightly short in what started out as a year in which our community was spectacularly polarized. Next slide. So how did it fail? Let's look at the difference in the resources. In 2018, the campaign raised nearly $220,000. In 2022, they raised $60,000. If you look at the timing, the 2018 campaign raised $190,000 between July and October. In that same time period, the 2022 campaign raised $36,000. The financial scarcity was not the only challenge. The campaign had few volunteers. Timing was an issue because you all voted to put the ballot initiatives on the ballot in August. And in that time frame, as you can see, the first campaign was able to raise $190,000 between July and October, whereas the campaign in 2022 had challenges closing that funding because they didn't have the initiative on the ballot. So we knew that it was going to be close, which is why last year we recommended that if it failed, you assess and go back out and keep engaging in community outreach. And I think you've done an amazing job. Next slide. And now here we are. Should you go back out? What has and has not changed? Well, what has not changed is you still have urgent, time-sensitive needs. We have a staffing shortage. Teachers are paid less than any other Front Range district. Educational assistants make less than the students they teach. In career and tech ed, students will learn skills from instructors who earn less to teach them the skills than the students will earn when they step out certified and ready to work. The only sustainable revenue source that keeps the dollars local for those salaries is a mill levy override. What also hasn't changed is that you're load balancing your facilities to account for fluctuating enrollment. You still have around 110 buildings and nearly 90 schools, and they still cost $30 to $35 million a year to maintain. We still want to keep our students safe. Additional school resource officers to ensure a presence at every school, technology, physical hardening, and improved communication processes will help. They are expensive. And we're still going through a population change as our neighbors age in place and new developments finish their build-outs. Some low enrollment schools will need to be merged, and some high growth areas need new schools. It takes 3 years to build those, and the only practical way we have seen to fund that is a bond. Next slide. We talked about whether to include this slide since you already know it so well, but we left it in because the difference is so very stark between us and our neighboring school districts. Leadership has done a great deal with the resources they have to create a climate and culture to enable teachers and other employees to thrive. However, we cannot compete without additional revenue. We cannot attract and retain the very best employees without additional revenue. Low pay is a systemic problem that goes all through the entire district in every department. And for our teachers in particular, Michelle will talk more about this tonight. I just want to say personally, during Teacher Appreciation Week, we hear you. We know you're underpaid. We know your class sizes are growing. We know that you don't have the resources to accommodate those additional students. And we know that there's a small but loud and vocal group of bullies in the community who rage against you sometimes. And we do not respect that, but we do respect you. Thank you for taking care of our kids. Next slide. You've also seen these heat maps showing the enrollment patterns across the district. It's hard to see the schools, but these slides also show you just how large a 640 square mile district is. In this slide, you see Sterling Ranch and the canyons. The red areas indicate where schools are over-enrolled up to nearly double their capacity. Next slide. On this slide, you see the areas near Crystal Valley and Sierra Middle School. For the Crystal Valley, you look and you say, okay, so orange doesn't seem so bad until you realize that every single school in the area is over capacity. We've done all the rebounding we can in Crystal Valley. That means more portables, less one-on-one time, more students in every classroom. So many students in so many overcrowded schools, there is no place to go. And then on the right, the fact that Sierra Middle School needs to expand is indisputable. Next slide. When you've not built a new school since 2010, your current buildings are going to need the maintenance that every aging facility requires. When you have 89 schools and over 100 buildings, especially in an inflationary time with supply chain shortages, the cost of that maintenance increases every year. Next slide. So what about new schools? Well, the expansions to Sierra and Mesa will cost somewhere between $21 and $26 million apiece. New elementary schools cost $55 to $60 million apiece. As I said earlier, the only practical way that we could find to finance this type of expenditure is a bond. Some people may vote against a bond to protest schools merging or closing elsewhere. If a bond does not pass, though, those schools will still merge. Schools will still close. The only outcome is children in Sterling Ranch or Crystal Valley will not have a neighborhood school. Children with severe special needs in those areas will take long bus rides to other facilities, and charters may take up some of the demand, but it's well established that 70% of our parents prefer neighborhood schools. Next slide. So the need is clear and the need is urgent. It's time sensitive. What about the feasibility? On this slide, you can see what the factors are to consider. In 2023, you're going to have fewer votes necessary to pass funding because you'll have lower voter turnout, but the voters will be older voters. They tend to be less connected to the district, and they tend to be more tax sensitive. In 2024, you'll have a presidential election year, and we usually have over 90% turnout for that. So the number of votes will be between 110 and 120,000. That'll include younger voters. 18 to 34-year-olds tend to support funding. And so that's a positive, but you will also have a volatile political environment because it's a presidential election year and the political temperament will be intense. We X'd out 2025 for a couple of reasons. The first one is those needs are so compelling and so time sensitive, and it takes 3 years to build a new school. That needs to happen in 2023 or 2024. A 7-year-old, a second grader in those areas right now will move on to middle school without a new school if we don't get busy. The second reason that it's not a good year is that in 2025, you will have an election for the majority of the board director seats. And that means the local politics will be volatile and would probably, the rhetoric will be heated enough that that won't be a good environment to go out for funding. This year, you have 3 seats open, of course, but we think that you can separate politics, governance, and policy into the Board of Election debate, and that you can make funding its own issue as the lifeblood of our schools. Next slide. However, it's by no means certain that you can pass funding in 2023. Our current projections, looking only at voter turnout, which would be the age, political leanings, tendency to vote for or against funding, we project that if everything stayed the same, you might not pass funding. To be clear, that doesn't mean we think it's unfeasible this year. We think it will require that you learn from past efforts. For example, you've done a remarkable job this past year of unified leadership with principled differences. You're having the nuanced and extremely difficult conversations in your board meetings. You all supported funding last time. If you all support funding this time, that will make a difference. You will see from Michelle's polling that you made a difference last year. Next slide. In 2024, we project that if everything just stayed the same, that the MLO would barely pass and the bond would still fail. Since your most compelling needs are competitive salaries and new schools take those 3 years to build, you've got to pass that bond. So basically, your choice is this. You either go out in 2023 or 2024 or resign yourself to no new schools until 2030. And that means an entire generation will grow up without a single new school. I don't think that reflects Douglas County and how we value education. Next slide. So this factor came up towards the end, but we knew it was coming. Property taxes. I got my property value notice this week, as did so many of us, and the increase was breathtaking, as they promised. Let's talk about what that will look like if there's no legislative remedy. It's an education issue when it comes to funding because those taxes go into the general fund. All schools across the state may get a boost in per pupil funding. However, the windfall goes to the state. That windfall reduces what the state pays us in Douglas County. It does not enable us to pay competitive wages compared to other districts. Only an MLO can do that. It does not enable us to build new schools, nor do they provide a sustainable revenue source for maintenance. The best way to do that is a bond. Next slide. Colorado is a boom and bust real estate market. Good schools stabilize neighborhoods. Good schools stabilize property values. If we don't pass funding, when my property value goes down in 3 years, as I think it will, Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and the Canyons will still need new elementary schools. The cost of those new schools are unlikely to decrease. Mesa and Sierra will still need to expand or else they will be woefully overcrowded. We still need to keep our students safe and our schools modern. And we still need to pay our employees a competitive wage and address staffing shortages. So you have an opportunity to unify support in the community in two areas, and that is on the political side, finding some sort of relief for the tax increase. I think everybody, regardless of party affiliation, supports reducing the tax burden. And then the second opportunity for you is to unify around the need for funding and to help the community understand that these property taxes do not fix our local issue. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Michelle to go through the data. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Joe. All right, she brought a little bit of thunder. I'm going to bring hopefully a little bit of encouragement for you all. So I'll be talking tonight about all the data that we collected. Believe it or not, the sentiment has vastly changed in an encouraging way. Whereas last year, over half of the teachers did not volunteer. So far this year, after Superintendent Kane's presentations, almost 90% of teachers specifically want to help now. They are concerned, and rightly so. So since you have already surveyed the community through PAC West, we wanted to focus our efforts on those closest to the issue of school funding. This would include our district employees, our highly engaged volunteers through the PTO and SAC boards, and then our own board committees. We know that there's a tremendous ripple effect from these people out to the community. These are also the groups that did not engage in the campaign last year, so we really wanted to see if that sentiment had changed. We also led focus groups, purposefully seeking out input from our SPED parents and community, our law enforcement leaders, and our community members, as you've heard, with no current ties to the district, that's 61%. As you can see, we had an extraordinary response rate from district employees with over 1,200 responses. Creating this survey was definitely a labor of love from Christina, Becky, and Sarah and myself on our committee subgroup, so thank you, ladies. And also Valerie had the incredibly tough job of sorting through all of this information, so I want to commend her on an amazing job. Well done. Thank you, Valerie. Just to give you a little bit of background on the coding. The surveys all had a mix of open-ended and closed-ended questions. The open-ended responses were then coded into categories to allow us to graph the data from the thousands of open-ended responses that we got. On many occasions, an open-ended response could be coded into multiple categories. For example, if a response said the MLO needs to pass to help teacher pay and to attract new teachers, then it would be coded as such in two different categories. First of all, we wanted to check on the employee's perception on the MLO and bond as a whole. We asked them, as an educator, what information is most important for you to know to decide whether to vote yes or no on an MLO and bond. The top reason by far is they wanted to know how it would affect their salary to stay competitive with other districts and to retain valued staff. The second reason, they simply always vote yes on funding, which is great. In fact, the first three responses are all positive and all point to voting yes. After these factors that are pictured here, the responses were much, much lower, almost like dropping off a cliff. So for transparency, all of those are listed in the appendix where we listed all of our supporting documents. But in the interest of time for this meeting, we included the top 5 factors for each question. You will see that throughout the remainder of the graphics. The biggest takeaway from this one is that 93.3% of employees are in full support of an MLO on this year's ballot, which is amazing. Next, we asked our educators what their top reasons were to not support an MLO. Their top reason? None. That speaks volumes. The second reason, of course, tax increase concerns. We asked them their top reasons to support an MLO. Their top 3 answers were to support an increase in pay, retain and attract staff, and to better compete with neighboring school districts. Next, we asked our PTO, SAC, and board committee members about the potential challenges the community may have in supporting an MLO. As you can see in November, they cited quality information and awareness regarding the MLO as one of the top challenges. Today, that number has significantly dropped to second place, being replaced only by concerns of tax increases. Another interesting note is that their perceptions and feelings about the board have dropped from first place to third in our survey. That is crucial to recognize. The people that are closely connected to school funding, that inner circle, that informed subset of the community, all deeply desire to put the needs of the district ahead of feelings or politics. They can all see firsthand the urgent and time-sensitive needs of these issues. For the sake of the district, our teachers, our schools, our children, there needs to be and should be a very clear and distinct separation of politics and funding. We also asked our board committee and the SAC PTO the number one reason the community would support a bond, and both groups cited the need for repair and maintenance to our district buildings. And as you can see, 96% are in full support of putting an MLO on this year's ballot. When we asked our employees their top reason not to support a bond, their number one reason again was none. Nothing. They felt a bond should always be supported. We then asked them what their top reason would be to support a bond, and their top answers were to continue maintenance, repairs of existing buildings, and just to simply support public schools as a blanket statement in any way that they could. In fact, almost 90% were in support of the bond. That number is slightly lower than the support for the MLO, but that is still a very strong percentage. Here you can see that last year, the biggest challenge our board committee, SAC, PTOs perceived working against the bond was the board. But that was last year. This year, our polling shows that that has dramatically declined. They are citing, again, that the education, the quality information and awareness is actually our top hindrance, then followed by the overall tax increase. Transparency and accountability is still a factor to consider, but it's not critical. The board committees are the ones closest to the funding. They see accountability and transparency as necessary and would definitely need to be reflected in the ballot language, information found online, etc. We asked the same groups why they believe our community would support a bond. This is also interesting because this graph here is actually a visual representation of the challenge that you as the board face. People know that you have to address growth and decline for enrollment, but they're not yet fully on board for building new schools. The people who are closest to it are on board, but the SAC and PTO groups are still not quite sure that a bond is the way to go. Regardless, though, both groups do see the need for maintenance and repair, and really the biggest encouragement is that 95% are in support of the bond. We also worked with focus groups and gathered feedback from other vital community groups. For example, Krista and Valerie sat down with our SPED community, Holly met with prominent law enforcement leaders, and Bianca and Valerie sought out the input from our influencers, that 61%, those who do not currently have children in our district. Also, just to be clear, this is not a completely monolithic group. In fact, one of the only things they had in common is that they were older males with no children currently in the district. Some of their concerns that they brought up were the SPED community saw a need for committed resources, a need for ongoing systemic staff training, and a need to increase trust with that group. Law enforcement has a perception that the district administration is top-heavy and tax aversion is high. The influencers were unaware of how school finance works and unaware of the urgency of our needs, and there was also some misinformation. What I really love, though, about these focus groups is that they were very willing and ready to give positive, tangible feedback and suggestions to make this work. The SPED community would really love more accountability and transparency on how SPED would specifically benefit from these funds. The desire to have quality of SPED services, equitable education access, challenges that are addressed through mandatory evidence-based trainings for administration and staff, and then involvement of SPED in a legacy campus. Law enforcement wants to emphasize education, outreach, that awareness and quality information, especially to the elderly and those on fixed incomes. They want small community meetings and suggested new formats to educate the public, pamphlets, navigation-friendly websites, infographics, things like that. And the influencers of the 61% suggested that we should increase educational outreach, specifically on the bond, and continue Superintendent Kane's presentation on school funding that's very effective at garnering support. I hope you found this data as encouraging as we did. I'll turn it over to Brad for our final recommendations. Thank you.
So me again. A year ago, MBEC came to you and was very honest. We saw the needs. We also saw the headwinds, and we told you exactly what they would be. We had recommendations on how to overcome them, and many of those were taken into account. From you, we asked a unified board support funding across the board. We got that. We asked for an involved and enlightened campaign. We got that. But there were things we wanted that we didn't get. The teachers remained skeptical for a number of reasons, and unenthused and not as involved as perhaps we would have liked. Superintendent Kane put in her time, presented the information, but there was still misinformation and lack of information out there. But what we told you was that the need was too great to ignore it. What we also told you was that putting a bond and a mill on the ballot last year would help us this year. And so I'm here to talk to you about why we think we can do this. But let me start with the recommendations. First of all, you've met this committee. My third time. The first time was people involved with this district. The second time we spread out to the community in a broader way. Now we have a massive set of experience here. Educators from across the country, people who teach, people who know the district, law enforcement experts. As you can guess, some of those meetings got a little bit intense. But they were always smart, and they were always there, and they were always there to make the decision for our students. And so these are our recommendations. We recommend that you place a $65 million mill levy override on the ballot for 2023. I will get into why we think this is the most feasible year, but some of the short version is this. We got real close. I sat there and with some of you, and other members of the committee sat there and watched that loss and watched that number be agonizingly close. But the amazing thing is this. All that education, all that information stuck. Look at the data presentation, look at the polling. All of that we talked about for the last few years about needing to pay competitively has finally penetrated a significant portion of the electorate. We cannot let that go to waste. We understand, and our people understand, and we think the voters will understand, that you cannot pay the person teaching your special ed student less than the people working at Starbucks. It's not how it works. That's not how you get the best people. We are essentially a full employment economy with inflation.
Wage competition has to be dealt with. You just can't be the cheap guy on the block. And now is the time to strike with that. Security. That is far too often on our minds, and recent events not far from us emphasize that. Every bit of polling data says that the electorate is willing to spend and urging us to spend more money to secure our schools. Putting another $5 million on the MLO for security is incredibly popular and will help inform the electorate about where our money goes. We cannot ignore the need not just to be safe, but to appear safe. That is important. Other districts may have questions about SROs. We do not. Our SROs are respected, they understand their job, and we have to have more of them to make our people feel secure. The bond is a bigger reach. Again, nothing you haven't heard us say before. But there is also hope there. When I talk about education, and I'm going to stand here, LRPC has been standing at this podium for a decade talking about we need to maintain our buildings. We put out the master capital plan every year talking about how to maintain our buildings, and you know what? If you look at the polling data, folks are hearing us. Voters understand maintenance. It took a while. And it's frustrating to watch that unpaid section, that unpaid amount increase $30–35 million a year. It's simply what we have to pay for. And if we can emphasize that on the bond, there is an opportunity. The new schools is harder. The thing is this, last year, as hard as it was to mobilize the teachers on an MLO, they didn't know about the bond. If you look at the polling, that was not something that energized them. That's different this year. They understand that. Sandra has already done the preaching on this. We can't wait another year. Is a bond in 2023 likely? Perhaps. But it has to be tried. Again, every time we go to the voters, we provide them more information, and it sticks. The members on our committee were unclear about how bonds work and unclear about how schools work. They've been subject, although they are bright, intelligent people, they've been subject to the same misinformation about marijuana funds or the state or whatever myth you hear about schools. But when they learn that this is the only shot, then they support us. And so we have to keep trying. I cannot believe that a kid in Crystal Valley is going to spend her entire elementary school career in a school at 125, 130, 150% of capacity. Taking 3 classes in a mobile. It's not the promise we made. It's not how we operate. And if we have to inform more to do that, this is the only time. 24, if you think you can predict what the electoral climate is going to be like in 2024, you are free to go on cable news. Because all I know is it's going to be amazing. And we're going to get drowned out and we're going to get swamped. And that's a danger. And in 2023, as much as the electorate is challenging, and Eric and Bianca have got about 40 pages of detailed precinct information. That's what we got from the last bond, from the last election. We can use that. We know where to target. We know where to look. And yeah, the electorate in 2023 is not the one we would choose, perhaps. It's older, it tends to be more conservative, and by God, it's going to come not long after they get their tax assessments. But it is a place where a get out the vote campaign by energized teachers, energized board, energized staff, and energized volunteers can make the difference. This may be our only chance, literally, in this half decade to get a bond through. You read the polling. This board is not necessarily popular. Other elected officials in this county are not necessarily popular. Other elected officials in this country are not necessarily popular. We live in a polarized environment. Sandra has already pointed this out, but let's do it again. The election of the board of directors, both the 3 this year and the 4 2 years from now, is about how the leadership of this district works. What are our policies? What is representative? What is the appropriate governance? But none of that changes the fact that you can't starve schools. None of that changes the fact that if you don't pay teachers what they're worth, and we know what they're worth because Cherry Creek tells them every day what they're worth. Littleton tells them every day what they're worth, and it's less than we tell them they're worth. Whoever sits at that dais, it doesn't fix the problem. Sadly, there are many ways to respect teachers, and you, with the help of the superintendent, have bent over backwards to do so. But in the end, the only way to actually keep them here, one of the frightening parts of the teacher survey, as enthused as they are, is that almost every one of the teachers that responded to the survey either had a plan to leave the district or knew somebody who did. I don't know how an educational assistant justifies to her family or his home making less than they could make delivering Amazon, except they love our kids. And love is important. And if we give them just the slightest amount of financial assistance and support, they will stay and work for us. We have to get to the electorate that whatever you feel about how the board is governing, and understand, the board's unpopularity runs across all ages and all political parties. I don't think that the 55-year-old Republican thinks too political means the same thing as the 19-year-old Democrat. But whatever there is, we can, as a group, as a district, separate those two issues. The teachers have. The SACs have. They didn't emphasize their problems with whatever they think is too political. They said, we know what the need is. And the education, therefore, comes from whatever else happens, we've got to fix these problems. And if we can make that the issue of the campaign, then we have more than a chance. Doesn't help me to change it here if I don't change it. Yeah, I got my tax assessment last week. The good news is the biggest portion of my personal wealth, my home, is now worth more than it was 2 years ago. It is amazing that everybody got that notice and nobody considered it good news. Because the focus was on how much taxes we're going to pay, which in the end is irrelevant and important information. How that tax assessment is going to be dealt with, how the tax is going to be dealt with, again, if you think you can predict, we know that there will be one bond or that there'll be one ballot issue coming from the legislature that they packed at 11:59 last night. There are others out there being voted on. That's going to be an issue we're going to have to deal with. But the understanding is this, is that nobody thinks that the taxes could skyrocket like the assessments do. There will be different proposals and different solutions, but we can emphasize that that relief is going to come, but we also have to emphasize that whatever happens with your property taxes, you got to pay the people. And you can have interesting community debates about the best way to deal with the fact that assessments went up, but you cannot have a debate about whether we need this. And that's the discussion we need to have. I know you've had public commenters have those concerns. We have to address that. Reaching the 61%, if we've talked about this once, we've talked about it 1,000 times. That focus group was fascinating. Those were bright, articulate, informed people, men who thought they knew how things worked. And when we taught them how they worked, every one of them came to understand it. I wish JT Tanaka was here, because JT and I yelled at each other a couple of times, but he understood it. Okay? And that's the school finance complexity. We have done a massive job. I think we only need to put out the bucket analogy another 4,000 or 5,000 times. Because we have to simplify, amplify, make this clear to people, but it works. Look at the polling data. The more we get it out there, the better it works, the more people are convinced. Different disinformation? Yeah. It's not misinformation. There are people who are mistaken. There is disinformation out there. There are people who, for whatever reasons, promote things that are simply not true. Now, they may believe them. Some of them don't. But we have to be willing to stand up to that every time it comes up. We have to be willing to challenge those who lie to our voters. If we lose on correct information, that's one thing, but to lose to those who would deliberately misinform, that is our fault because we didn't challenge it. The politics is hard. Last night's meeting made 9 news. Tonight's won't. That's the truth. Conflict sells. Overstating conflict sells even more. But last year when we talked to you, we asked for a commitment that as a group you would stand behind the decision to seek funding. And you did it. Whatever disputes you have, and they are legitimate and they reflect our community, this will only pass if every member on that dais backs it up. We have had in the past members of the Board of Education adamantly run against funding increases, and guess what? They failed. That's necessary. If you hear all that, you'd ask why we say yes, because of all of this. The data shows that there is a chance here, particularly on the MLL. The teachers care. There is no better group to inform the public than professional educators. And they care. And they want to do well. Teachers last year, I've had them tell me that they should not have to beg for their job. We're not asking them to beg. We're asking them to inform. We're asking that they demand the appreciation they deserve. There are unknowns, but as Sandra says, what we do know is that every school we have is a community center. It's a place that stabilizes and creates our community. Much of the committee is not here today because they're off doing other things at our schools. Because that's what we do. Cub Scouts meet, basketball teams play, plays are put on. Our community uses our facilities because they know they are safe, secure, important, well-built places. And we have to continue to do that, and we do believe that they are there. Leadership outreach matters. People on the MBEC walked the streets with some of you. That will have to be done again. It will have to be done in I think, I'm going to say something outrageous. I think we're a little less polarized than we were last year. I think the polling shows that. I think the employee surveys show that. People have strong opinions, loud opinions, but they are able, if you look at the polling data, I urge you to look at page 28 of the polling data. People are able to separate their feelings about the board from polling. That doesn't mean that we don't need a unified front from the board and the district and the board committees and the staff and the cabinet and the people sitting behind me, but it does mean that that distinction can be made. Everything we got leads us to this message. Some of this is completely intuitive. We tend to get a little bit in the weeds. You should be some of the conversations that I have with Jim and John Freeman and I. There's no field of weeds that the three of us cannot wander into and try to hack down. That's not really how to get this out. We love our students. In order to provide for our students, we have to have appropriate respect for our teachers and our staff. And that includes finances. We support our schools as community centers, as places for everybody in the community to be proud of, to build on. We value education. We may disagree about some details of that, but an educated populace is a better populace. and that all of those demand funding. That's simply a reality. We cannot do this on the cheap. And I know that nobody on this dais thinks otherwise. Nobody here thinks otherwise. Even my worthy opponent, Mr. Jones, does not think otherwise. Andy and I disagree on a couple things. But we all know this. And those very few who say otherwise are wrong. I'm not going to say they're misinformed. I'm not going to say I disagree. They're simply wrong. Schools cost money. Teachers, staff need funding. And the MBEC, as a broad, intelligent, thoughtful group of people, ask you to support that position. Thank you for your time. We have a group of experts here to help you with questions.
At this point, we'll open up to any director questions or comments. Director Meek.
Thank you for an extremely impressive presentation. Love the messaging at the end. This was wonderful. I just have some questions around some of the stats that you threw out. I'm just curious. The 61% number of our community, I hear 70% a lot of the times, and I'm just wondering where the 61% comes from. There's a few stats, so I'll just stop and ask one at a time.
We're going to pass that back to the audience. Director Meek, if that's all right.
That's been an interesting discussion that we've had. It's of course almost impossible to poll, and it covers so many different people. The fact that you don't have that is the number that we generally have heard, both from the district. Yes, that is simply children, households that do not have children currently in Douglas County schools. That is not an uninvolved number. They may have grandchildren. They may know teachers. They may have that one of their children just was appointed principal. So I urge you to be careful with that 61% number, because it covers a vast number of other people. We know that there are people who care less about the district than others, but if we can leverage the ways that they do care, even if that's a businessman who wants the best employees and that kind of thing, if we can teach them how to care. 61 is a number that we've heard in a lot of different places. I think it can be as high as 70. I think it may be lower.
Okay. I mean, basically, households without students in schools essentially is, okay, perfect. The 70% of parents who prefer neighborhood schools, I'm wondering where that came from.
That's an enrollment number. I mean, basically, we know that between 25 and 30% of our students go to charter schools.
Okay.
There are charter schools with still space. It seems really consistent over the 10 years that I've been on LRPC. If we open up new charter schools, it's still about 30%.
Perfect, thank you. And I love the messaging around our schools, our community centers. Love that. And I'm wondering, are we able to pull stats around community usage of our schools? I think that might be a really interesting stat to include in some of our outreach presentations, because our schools are centers of our community, and you're always so great with stats. And so I think that could be something really helpful moving forward. I've really enjoyed the interactive polling in the presentations that we've done with employees, and I'm wondering, did you engage in any of that through your outreach or your focus groups? And is it something you would encourage us trying to use as we do engagement in the future?
I'm not sure if I totally understood your question, but I'm going to try. So when we
Do you want me to clarify real quick? Okay, so the superintendent has done many presentations across the district for employees where they use the QR code and people are able to actually tap into the presentation and vote on their phone, and you get live results, basically.
We didn't do that, but when we did the panel with the 61% group, we did have them do a survey at the very beginning, then we did the education piece, and then we surveyed them at the end. So this was a written survey, so they, an anonymous, I mean, it was a small group, but we were able to show through that talking with Superintendent Kane and having more education changed minds for the better. So they supported the MLO bond afterwards.
Just a comment. So I was in that focus group. 9 less than active, mostly retired business people have been in the county for 20-plus years. None of them, including myself, understood anything about school finance. That group that night, once they heard about it, one of the gentlemen said, "You don't have a problem, you have a crisis." Once they understood this, they understood, just like I did when I found out being on this committee, I said, well, we got to fix this. And we're business guys tend to go, what's the fix? So the change from the beginning to the end of that focus group was incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, and I love being able to kind of measure that as you're going around and getting that kind of feedback, which I think talking to chamber groups and talking as we go out into the community, it can be really helpful. Also, like pulse polling, have you heard of that? Where it's just 1 or 2 quick questions and trying to really continually have a read on where people are, kind of gives you a sense, you know. And okay, I'll try to ask just one more question and move on to others. When you looked at the issues leading to failure, we talked about the resources, both financial and volunteer, also timing. Disinformation really wasn't highlighted at the beginning, but I think, is that an area that the committee talked about strategies for how to get around disinformation? So I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I don't know why they handed the mic to me. Yes, we definitely talked about that, and I think the reason we focused on the resources.
Sorry, Ms. Gilstrap, I was just getting a notice. If you could actually come up so we could get you on camera, if you don't mind going to the podium to answer the questions.
For real?
The live
Thank you.
streamers can't.
So our wonderful community can see our amazing members of our MBEC. Thank you.
You're picking on me because you know how much I love it. Okay. Sorry, now I'm all. Okay, what did you ask? Misinformation. So the reason we focused on the resources is because both last time and this time we saw that, you know, Superintendent Kane's presentation, the information is so powerful, it'll change even the hardest no. And so without the resources, the campaign just was not able to cut through that misinformation and get the correct information into the hands of enough voters to get them to vote yes. So we are confident if we can get the resources to the future campaign, we should be able to get those the correct information into the right hands and hopefully put some of that decades long of misinformation to bed finally.
Yeah, the disinformation I'm really thinking of, like the blue book or white book that came out, right? And actually, if you go back to slide 11, please. Love the graphic where we really show the compensation and how we rate against other districts. I think this is a really powerful slide. And, you know, I always look at the year 2009, and if you're looking at Douglas County, it's the red line, and it stays flat all the way to 2018, right? And there was a lot of disinformation that was happening during those years, and I think we're still working to overcome that. And so I think specifically focusing on what are the strategies that we can use to overcome some of the reform board years where, you know, statements around us sending all of our money, you know, to the state and not getting our fair share, all of that has a lasting impact. And so I really think being strategic around how we combat that disinformation, and even looking at last year's Blue Book and trying to strategize, how can we be proactive in that area?
Yeah, and this isn't the purview of the MBEC, but from the campaign hat, I have ideas. So yes, we're definitely lessons learned on that one.
Director Williams.
So first, thank you so much for your awesome presentation. It's been an honor to serve next to all of you on MBEC. My question is around timing as far as when when would be better for a vote to put this on the ballot? Because I know that we waited until August last year, but does that shorten the time for the campaign and make it more difficult to raise funds and get the word out there? Or is it better to do it earlier? So that's my question.
Okay, I'm back. That's a great question. And it's something we definitely talked about from multiple angles and had different opinion changes. I don't think the committee as a whole, we never voted for a specific recommendation. So, you know, this is just kind of some of the discussions. There's definitely the idea that last year it was challenging for the campaign to get people to donate until it was a real issue. And then, you know, by the time that happened, that's why a lot of our money didn't come in until October. So that's definitely a challenge. On the other side of the coin, if we don't, or if we vote earlier, the campaign does get a longer runway, but then it handcuffs staff a little bit. We lose some of that, that side of as well. So I'm not sure which side to land on. We are, as a campaign, again, this is not, it's a very weird place for me to be in right now, but we are actively working on getting some fundraising. And so we're hoping to maybe be able to get some of that without a vote. And if we can, then there's really no reason for us to vote sooner. So it's hard for me to give you a full recommendation right now, but that was kind of some of our thought process. There's pros and cons to both sides. And, you know, maybe as the next, I don't know, couple weeks go on, maybe we'll have a better decision. But
Yeah,
does
I appreciate that. I just think it's something that we should talk about as a board.
Go ahead, Director Meek, for a follow-up.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, that's the one other area I didn't really hit on. Have you had professionals who people typically hire to run campaigns weigh in on that topic or speak to the committee? I think last year's the first campaign year I ever remember where there wasn't really professionals that came in.
Mm-hmm.
And kudos to the amazing work that you did. But I think that's a really interesting question to ask of individuals who are professionals in that area.
Yeah, if I can redirect to Superintendent Kane. Thank you.
We do have our professional consultant here with us tonight. If you'd like to ask him questions after MBEC's presentation or at this time, I also don't want to get in the way of MBEC's presentation, but we do have, I think he would have some recommendations around the question that Director Williams asked.
Yeah, and if we do have director questions for the consultant specifically, if we can hold those to after we get MBEC their time. Other directors, questions, concerns, comments? I'll go with one. This community will pass a bond, and the reason they will, it's just a matter of when. We saw the last bond was passed in 2018, but the prior was 2006. When the roofs fall in, when the carpet gets stinky, when the parking lots get uneven, when our athletic fields get torn up by the Colorado sun and our kids have torn ACLs, et cetera, the community will eventually pass a bond. The question is, when will they do it? I think this committee made an excellent case on there's a 3-year lag. Even if we approve a bond this fall, we'll have a generation that went without a new school building built. It will be between 2010 and 2025 before we build a local neighborhood school, an anchor of the community, that center. So we'll pass a bond. But if you think about this environment, phased maintenance, replacement, repair, the cost to not pass a bond and allow some of our magicians like Mr. Cosgrove and Ms. Schleissner, who have to manage that 30 million, 35 million every year, 30 million, 35 million, and keep our institutions running, to keep them safe, to keep them functional. And at the end of the day, it does go to show that we respect not just our teachers and staff, we respect the community that's also using those facilities. To deny them that funding is fiscally irresponsible, and the opportunity cost of when we get to the replacement phase of something we could have just maintained becomes exorbitant. So that's my one comment. If we could go, Mr. Blair, to slide 31, which is the focus group suggestions. Thank you. The staff has done a great job of talking about the change that is coming in terms of concurrent enrollment and career tech ed. Where I think we may have fallen down on that message is with, frankly, the SPED community. We are going to have incredibly integrated, inclusive programs, whether it's our culinary arts, whether it's our construction, whether it's just how we host events out at the Legacy. We are going to have such a integrated involvement of our students with special needs. I know that we're doing that. It's just something that maybe we could continue to get that story out. And I think Superintendent Kane, I'm seeing a comment.
I do have a comment. I might be jumping the gun just a little bit, but staff, of course, has yet to come before the board with a very specific recommendation on what we would like to see a bond, and we would suggest a bond and MLO cover. And as we spoke about on the bond side, increased costs is a significant challenge. But our needs have remained the same with one significant exception. We need to replace the bridge facility off of Dransfeld Road in Parker. Actually, that was part of my interview a long time ago. You may remember that, but that is something that we will recommend be included in a potential 2023 bond because it is reaching critical. We have our most vulnerable students in what are essentially mobile buildings, and it's just not okay. So that is just related to this topic, something that we are looking at as well.
And then my last, which is a question for Ms. Brownrigg. What I am hearing is there is, some have called it the tax tsunami, things like that, but it does sound like this committee took into account the effects. Again, we don't know what's going to happen. We know what happened yesterday in the legislature. We don't know what other innovative solutions will come forward that may also be on the ballot here in November. But if I'm hearing correctly, your committee looked at that recent event, looked at what's coming, and you are absolutely still committed. And it does not sound like the impacts of the property taxes are going to change your recommendations. I just wanted to get your confirmation or comments on that for Ms. Brownrigg.
That's correct. I actually sent out a couple of emails to the entire group, some related to taxes, some related to just recent conversations at the board level. And no one's opinions changed. And the fundamental intersection is between the urgency of the needs, which is well established, and then the momentum that has already been built in terms of community outreach and education. And again, I'd like to highlight the opportunity that we have to unify the community around two things. One is tax relief, and the other one is funding. These are two things that everybody agrees on. And you guys have, in my opinion, you have the chance to stake out a leadership path on that. And I know it's difficult, but they're both righteous causes.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Again, very quickly, when I was with CFO Schleissner at the Board of County Commissioners Town Hall the other week, there was a man sitting directly behind us, and he said he was new, relatively new to the county, and he was pretty pissed off about the tax situation, and he was railing on the county commissioners, and his last statement was, and I want to know if there's some way we can take all of that windfall and give some of it to the school district. So the message is getting through, it is penetrating, and people are understanding the nuance of how the bucket is not going to grow for us and where those funds. So thank you to CFO Schleissner specifically for being there and representing the district, the superintendent, and all the education the cabinet's done in that area. Other directors, Director Meyer.
Thank you again for the presentation. I believe I'm getting the hang of this data stuff. I need it repetitive, but I'm really getting some of these charts down. One of the things that I want to say a thank you is, especially that we started doing this year with our new parent engagement employee, Allison Roush. And one of the things that maybe I might suggest with Director Meek and Director Williams when they started our connection groups this year with our parents and our staff and our kids, And I know we're kind of winding down for the year, but we'll have a renewed, energetic, when we come back, school years always start that way. And hopefully we can get right in and start meeting with these. And I believe Director Ray and I know with our SAG kids that we work with, students, they're very interested in this, and they are very interested in helping us because they hear it from their teachers. So they're on board, and what better voices than our kids' voices? So thank you, and like I said, we're winding down, but just wait, we'll come back with new energy in the fall, messaging hopefully over the summer, and of course, I always enjoy Mr. Geiger's sermons.
One thing I wanted to point out is we got an amazing response from the teachers and the staff. It was almost 3 times what we got last year. Part of that is Sarah Mesner's on our committee as well. She's not here. She reached out to teachers. We got much more feedback. The most informed people about our district, perhaps other than the 7 here, really reached out and really wanted to be involved. And that, I think, made our data much more valuable and much more accurate.
And I'll go out and thank Ms. Mesmer. Oh, I was going to say, well, Sarah, since you're on the line, I'd like to personally thank you for finding areas of mutual interest with the district and collaborating to work on this, specifically 5A and 5B, and I appreciate your willingness to engage on that. Any other directors? Yeah, if she would like to. Yes, Mr. Blair, if you have her live on the line.
Are you waiting for me?
If you would like to, you do not need to comment.
Well, I appreciate the acknowledgement, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be on the committee. Our teachers and our staff are ready. It's all about energy at this point, and they're pretty tired right now, but I think we're going to be in good shape.
Thank you, Ms. Mesmer. Director Ray.
Yeah, just echo, it's always nice to go last because I can just say ditto to everything that everyone said. The presentation, outstanding. You guys are incredible motivators. I think we all are ready to put on the shoes and run out there and get this thing done. And so thank you. I also want to just a shout out to Sandra Brownrigg, who has volunteered many, many hours to herd the cats, if you will, the MBEC. And I always smile when Brad Geiger talks about some of the fierce conversations he's had with John Freeman. I just want to say thank God. Well, I wasn't there. But I just really appreciate the diversity of the MBEC group, the age diversity, as well as professional diversity, and as many of you said, probably one of the most intelligent groups of people that we have doing this incredibly important work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Great presentation. One of the questions I have, I just want to kind of, in my own mind, solidify what we need to do differently. Not we as a board, but we in terms of this initiative. One of your slides said, based on historical data, we project that the MLO will fail in 2023 if all things stay constant. Or I think the unedited version was unless some factors change. And I want to make sure I've got the factors that need to change correctly. One is mobilizing our teachers and our staff. The other one is really going after targeted populations. I heard loud and clear, we've got our 40 pages of precinct information. We know how to target like never before in terms of getting out the vote. The third factor I heard is we've got to change the funding mechanism in the campaign. It's absurd that Ms. Gilstrap had to deal with a budget that is a fraction of what we had in 2018. And I don't know the answer to the question about when do we formalize it. It seems to me, my recollection in 2018 is the Bright Futures group, where they were an initiative committee long before we even voted to put this on the ballot. They were already raising monies, and so it didn't really matter to them when we made the formal announcement announcement, they were already organized and raising money before that. So that's the third factor, funding for the campaign. And then I think I heard just strategies of how to deal with misinformation. I heard that was also a factor that needs to change because, as Director Meek captured, it was an embarrassment that we sent out a blue book that had the information that it had in it. And I then and still would say that we need to get a process in terms of how that information is received. And I haven't seen that yet, but I'm anxious for us to really deal with that because I think we're just vulnerable for that to occur again if we don't. So those were the 4 factors that I heard that need to change to not fulfill the projection of it failing in 2023. Did I miss any factors?
I would say that the other one is unity of message, is that we have to have clear messages come from all important points, from the informed committees, from the teachers, from the board, from the directors, is that we need, I mean, there are a lot of reasons to support this, but we need that last slide. These are the messages we have to all universally buy into to get to sell. There are subgroups who would love to get into the weeds and talk about all of this, and we should be kind and informative to those people, but a unified, straightforward message that we can all agree is effective, I think would be the next thing that I would do. I don't know that we were as coordinated about that as we perhaps needed to be last election.
So Brad, you felt like we did not have that at the last election. I mean, so help me understand, because I think that's an important piece, and I appreciate the very concise language of the last in terms of the message, but I felt like that message was conveyed. I don't see anything in that message of the last slide that wasn't conveyed, and there wasn't unity behind that. So help me understand what needs to be different with that, because I think that's important.
And Kristen will join me on this. I think there was, I mean, one of the things that's interesting is that we worried a lot on the last time about how much and justifying the number. That doesn't seem to be as important. What seems to be important is justifying the need. People are not going to parse 60 or 65. They're not going to parse 45, 450 or 400. We focused a little bit on that. We don't tend to find that the no tax increase is particularly helpful in most areas. So I think there were other areas that were there. And I think, again, there were times we got a little bit into the weeds. But no, unquestionably, the competitive salaries, the need to maintain our buildings, everybody knows those. So I think those were good ones, but I think even more focus is best. And I'm sure Krista has opinions too.
Yeah, to kind of answer your question a little bit from the campaign perspective, the difference between 2018 and last year, timing was everything. Like you said, they were up and running. We weren't even established until maybe late June. So obviously that's remedied. We're still good to go. Everything's still ready to go. I can take a donation right this minute. So that's remedied. But the biggest problem I think that we had last year that caused problems is because of the polarization in this district. We had people on this side that supported funding and people on this side that supported funding, but people didn't want to come together and work together so we almost had kind of this parallel campaign thing happening where we had people on all sides helping but refusing to really work together. And so that is where I think, I mean, I am happy to work with whomever. I do not care what your opinions are on anything else. As long as we agree on funding, let's work together and let's get this done. And so I think that's where we can look to you seven. I know Director Hansen isn't here, but also her, to try and unify, because each one of you represents one of the fractured sides of our community, and just being able to put some of the other things that we don't agree on and there's still division and you guys are still having those hard conversations, but being able to set that aside and let's hold hands, work together, let's get this funding done, because if we cannot pass funding, none of this other stuff matters. The district just crumbles. I mean, and that's really dramatic, and I feel like I'm stealing Brad's doom and gloom thunder here, but I mean, that's why I'm doing this. You know, my baby is in 3rd grade, and if we do not fix this, she's not gonna have what my high schooler has right now. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
But that's my thoughts.
May I chime in on this also?
Go ahead, Ms. Brownridge.
Thank you. And Director Ray, thank you very much for the very kind words. I think the one part I didn't hear covered from Brad and Krista is reach. And so when you have a campaign that is short on funding and also short on volunteers, your ground game is extremely limited. And I think that we can spend the summer energizing the community, the highly involved volunteers, to do community outreach and to build scaffolding and support for the teachers and employees to onboard come fall. And so if we extend the reach of the campaign and talk to more people, the message is one of the most powerful I've ever seen, in that you can educate and convert people with Superintendent Kane's magic presentation. So we just need an army of advocates and ambassadors to do outreach. And I think we can have it this time, because I was so amazed by the response to the employee survey and also from the Saxon PTOs.
Thank you, Ms. Brownrigg. One comment before I go back to Director Ray about the timing. I know the people up here know this, but the process is largely driven by statute, the exact way we have to put things on the ballot, the timing by which we have to make a decision, and also the triggers that happen after the ballot language is pushed in terms of advocacy. Superintendent Kane, did you have any more comments on that?
I just also wanted to say that the process of the Blue Book is also driven by statute. So us changing that process is not an option that is available to us. I wish it was, but it's not.
Yeah, and as one director, it was eye-opening to me last year when we had the discussion in this room that there was no fact-checking, that there was no rebuttals, and there was no way to refute that. I personally went on the radio to refute that. But again, we need to get that message out clearer. To your point. Go ahead, Director Ray.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to comment about the process for the Blue Book, because I do know there's statutory requirements, but I think there's nothing prohibiting us from adding to the process. And so I would really like to have that conversation with legal counsel a little bit, because I'm not going to go there now, but it's one that is stuck in my mind for quite some time. When we see other entities that handle it differently, that are under the same statutory requirements, I think we need to challenge that a little bit and see if we can add to our process, not necessarily compromise statutory requirements, but I guess I don't want to debate that yet until legal's had appropriate time to sit and have that conversation with us. But yeah, anyway. Other question is, PAC West really made a case with us that we really need to look at how to really merge the bond and the MLO together. That there really was, they felt like a negative was when we separated those two issues, it really put the bond, quite honestly, in a greater disadvantage, because people saw either or they saw very separate issues, and they didn't see that they really integrate tightly. And so I'm just wondering if the MBEC has had conversation about that, because I still hear us talking about these two separate issues, and to me, they're really one big issue.
We've talked about the halo effect. Is it better to separate the bond from the mill to try to keep it from dragging it down? Does the mill bring up the bond? I don't think there's any doubt that we consider those to be the same issues and the same necessity. One of the things we talked about with the teachers was that, teachers understand needing to maintain the buildings. Explaining to teachers why we need new schools required a bit more, but they understand it now, including the fact that if we're going to combine schools in Highlands Ranch, but open new schools, that helps preserve the teacher pool. It helps preserve the number of teachers we have. It helps preserve the education. It gives places for those intelligent, experienced teachers to go and help continue to help the district. So I agree with you, and we agree with you, that they have to be presented as, this is how we make the community work. Sometimes we build buildings, sometimes we maintain buildings. We also put good teachers in them. So that was a lengthy discussion that we had. We separate them because they poll different, because people think differently, but the messaging has to be, again, every one of those messages that we put at the end is applicable to both. If we do this, we love our students, they should be in good buildings with good teachers. We respect our teachers. They should be paid well, and they should be in buildings that facilitate them. We support our schools because they all physically and the people in them help. We value education, and you have to do that someplace with good people. And funding matters for both of those. So if we keep that there and tie that to both, we agree with you completely.
Thank you. Last question, and maybe putting Mr. Cosgrove on the spot here for a second, but it seems to me that in the bond package that 3-year, it takes 3 years to build a school, definitely is a difficult one to sell. Because when you've got parents that are kind of like, well, 3 years from now, my child's going to be in middle school. I mean, you've got an advocate in Sterling Ranch on your committee, Janine McDonald, who, you know, will jump up and down and say, we want our school tomorrow. When I opened Mammoth Heights, I was already on special assignment before the bond was passed to open Mammoth Heights. We passed the bond in November. We went through the following year and opened that school in January, a year and a half from when we passed the bond. And so my question is, Mr. Cosgrove, is there a way, because we are in crisis for these neighborhoods to build a school as soon as possible, is there a way that we can replicate what we did when I opened Mammoth Heights to accelerate that construction schedule so that we're not discouraging people by saying it takes 3 years to build a school?
I'll hand it over to Mr. Cosgrove, but our initial response, I think, and Mr. Cosgrove will put some more detail behind this, but today's market for building is a lot different than it looked then, and particularly with supply chain. You know, we're certainly watching all the districts around us and what the shortest time frame they have. Even our charters have significantly longer lead times than they did even 5 years ago. So with that, Mr. Cosgrove, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So as Superintendent Kane said, the supply chain issue is different. The permitting issue is different. It's 6 to 9 months to permit. Also, in the time period when we were opening the latest elementary school prototype like Mammoth Heights, in the previous bond, we had design funds for the prototype design competition and taken that up probably to design development, half design, in the previous bond. So we had these partially designed and already in for partial plan review and permitting as part of the previous bond before the bond that the schools were in. In fact, we brought 3 other elementary prototypes up, site design, and shelved in anticipation for the 2008 bond, which failed. So we had a different funding strategy. We had some seed money in the previous bonds to kickstart that design, and that's the difference. So the timeline, in essence, would follow what the Castillo High School FPOD was. In the 2018 bond, we finished and opened the FPOD in the summer of 21. So typically, 3 summers after a bond passes is when a school can open. And part of that is with a 6 to 9 month permitting parallel to and during design. So it's not the construction so much, it's the design and permitting, and then the long lead time items. We've just met with 5 of the major contractors to confirm our planning for the potential 2023 bond, and they were all very consistent. The supply chain issues are an issue. For example, Crestone Middle School was delayed 1 year in this bond, an entire year, because the electrical panel took that long to get into place.
So is there any benefit to looking at that design stage? I mean, we certainly have dollars, one-time dollars, because of our unfilled vacancies. Is there any benefit to getting that design stage started like we have done in the past? Would that accelerate the timeline at all?
It certainly would accelerate the timeline. We would just need those design funds.
Okay.
I guess what I would add to that is it's all a matter of calculated risk. So the vacancy dollars this year have all been allocated to retention strategies. So we're no longer like sitting on millions, and we are talking about millions to design facilities for specific lots. The big change is that we don't have a prototype the way we once did. Now, certainly we have the old prototypes from 10 plus years ago that we could dust off. However, our security needs alone have changed significantly since those prototypes were put in place. And so as part of the last bond process, we collectively came to the conclusion that it made the most sense in today's market and with our security needs to design to each site in order to maximize the dollars. That approach could absolutely be changed, but it would be a question of pulling down fund balance and risking that if a bond didn't move forward and we had to accommodate growth in some other way, those dollars might be lost opportunity altogether. So I guess those are the things that we would say need to be balanced.
Great, thank you. Any other director comments? Director Meek.
Thank you. I've been trying to sit here thinking about the right way to bring up the polarization challenge, right? Especially after last night's meeting and you're on the front page of the Denver Post and, you know, it is a challenge. And thinking back to the past, you know, year or so, you know, we're up here and we're elected to be that representative board, and there are different views in the community. And so how to have conversations and show civil dialogue and everything is extremely important. And I have had people in our audience come up and say they don't feel safe and respected when they're sitting in here. And we have a unique perspective up here. Each of us have had negative, you know, personal attacks. And then we watch the individual go and sit down and they're high-fiving someone next to them. And then the other people in the audience are seeing that kind of behavior. And I think it's that behavior that prevents people from wanting to come together and work together around handing out and canvassing and doing all the work that needs to happen. And I struggle a little bit with that. I believe in First Amendment rights, absolutely, and I believe that we're elected, you know, to sit here and everything. And it's not just about us and how we talk to each other. It's about everyone in this room and what others are seeing. And I just go back to our educational equity policy, because that is the language in there where everyone feels valued and respected, and there's a sense of belonging. And how can we model diverse perspectives, not limit people's perspectives, but do it in a way where people in the room feel safe to do that, and they feel respected when they're sharing a different perspective, so that when it's time to go out and they show up to volunteer, they're not seeing someone, you know, who's made personal attacks, and they may feel very differently. And so I do think that's a really important area that we need to consider given the environment that we are in.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's definitely a challenge. A couple thoughts. Some of the data that we showed or that we looked at implied that the larger macroeconomic issues are what have a bigger impact on our general voter. So I know we like to live in our little echo chamber where all of these things happen, and they're not, I'm not disregarding any of those issues, they're important, but I do not think they affect the larger vote. I don't think they affect your average voter. However, you are absolutely correct. It affects people wanting to volunteer, people wanting to get engaged. So I guess my only offer to that is, you know, we don't need to get this person and this person who constantly are on opposite sides of public comment. They don't need to walk together. I don't need them to be best friends, right? I just need them to go walk over here and them to go walk over here. So we just need a coordinated effort. And the way that I think you all can help is what you say to people when you're not on this dais. Because last time, y'all presented a unified front. Everyone supported it. It was wonderful. It was all, you know, everything, but we did not see that trickle into the community. So I think if we can get people to work together. And again, they don't have to actually be side by side, but we need to be coordinated in the community, working together to get the message to the average taxpayer who doesn't really understand all of everything that's happening here, if that answers that a little
Yeah,
bit.
I agree. It is about our volunteer base that we're trying to engage and our teachers that we're trying to engage. And what I'm telling you is I have heard from our community members that they don't feel like they're respected because of the behaviors that they've seen in this room. And so I just want to share that. I mean, I think everyone's responsible for your own actions, and your actions have consequences. And so I just wanted to share that.
Well, and I will throw out there, I am happy if there's someone in the community who's maybe on an opposite spectrum as me, because I know there's a perception of myself, and that does affect the campaign for better or for worse. I'm happy to partner with anyone. So if anyone's listening, if anyone would like to help me and bring some people on board, I am more than happy to do that.
Yeah, and one comment I'd like to make on that is, man, MBEC has been a shining example of diverse perspectives. As Mr. Geiger said, some people that sometimes rather vocally do not get along, but boy, this group has been able to come together, not just this time, previous year, to see past differences, to respect diverse perspectives. I believe Ms. Brownrigg intentionally stacked this committee with some very divergent perspectives, and it goes to her incredible leadership and those of Mr. Robinson and everyone else on the committee to make that work, because you've been able to see through those different perspectives, you've been able to identify the common areas of interest, and you've been able to unite to, frankly, commit a ton of energy. And boy, as one board director, it is so valuable to get that diverse perspective, to get that contrarian perspective, to get the criticism, which is sometimes uncomfortable to hear, but as Director Ray pointed out, tell us what else we're missing. I think we got these check marks here, but tell us what else we need to do, we, the larger district. Very quick story of what that looks like when we get together. So, Brad, if you don't mind, Mr. Geiger and I were knocking some doors, and we went down the cul-de-sac, and I said, you take the right and I'll take the left. And we were going down doing our spiel and knocking the doors. And I had a guy, and I did my quick 30-second thing, blah, 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 blah. Can, hopefully we can count on your vote. Do you have any questions? And he said, no, I'll look at the flyer, thank you. And I met Brad at the end of the cul-de-sac, and we were just walking down the middle of the street, getting ready to go to the next door. The guy comes chasing us down in the street, and he's waving the flyer, goes, I got a question for you. Brad's standing right next to me. I said, sure, what is it? He said, how do we know this BS board isn't going to take this money and go blow it on something else? How do I know this is going to the teachers and to the staff? And Brad looks at me, and I said, well, as the president of the BS board, we voted on 3 things the other night. We voted on a bond language, we voted on mill language, and we traveled forward in time to lock in exactly what this step-in lane, this salary schedule would be for our teachers and staff. And we're not asking you to trust us, because we already took action. And if this should pass, that's how you know. And the guy said, wow, that's a really good answer. Are you really the president of the board? And I said, well, yes, I am the president of the BS board. So I think we can continue to get together and make those type of things happen.
The only thing I would add is that Mike carried a script. He carried the bond language with him, pulled it out of his pocket, and read it to the guy. And I don't know how a lot of other people voted, but I know that guy voted for it.
Mr. Robinson, if you'd like to wrap us up, and then we'll, or if you'd like Ms. Brownrigg to do so.
I'll do that. I'm sure that Ms. Brownrigg will too. For those of you who like data, excuse me, I lose my voice. This is the appendix to the presentation, and there's all kinds of data in there. So if you get bored sometime and want to start looking at a lot of stuff, it's there, and we can sure help you find that. I'd like to do 4 thank yous, if I could, President Peterson. One is to the board. The liaisons we had were great. Either one or both of them were at every meeting. And some of them were a little longer. Sandra tried to hold the meetings to 2 hours. That lasted through the first meeting. And then we went about 2.5 to 3. But I do appreciate that. Superintendent Kane, appreciate your presentation and your staff, because I know we put a lot of pressure on your staff asking for stuff. And your staff coming and giving, I think every one of the staff members gave some kind of presentation, and we thank you for that. Finally, and not finally, but I also would like to thank our committee. Brad brought it up, super committee, completely different than last year's committee. But the discussions we had, they were not all popular, they were not all positive at times, but we did come up with a final solution as we intended to. So I just wanted to say thank you for the expertise we've got on this committee. Is unbelievable. I don't think there's another volunteer committee in Douglas, in any school district with the expertise that these folks had. So I just want to say thank you to them.
I'd like to add 2 more thank yous to yours, Joe, if I may.
No, you're not. I'm not done yet, Sandra.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Blair, if you can mute Ms. Brownrigg for a moment. Thank you.
Dr. Ray kind of beat us to this, but our committee would definitely like to thank Sandra. Her organization, leadership, inspiration, and integrity throughout this whole process has been unbelievable. And I can't describe to you how many hours this lady has put in the last 3 weeks on this thing. So even on, I don't know how she got to Alabama without having a wreck. I mean, she was on the phone, she was on the text, she was doing things you're not supposed to do when you're driving. And then when she got in her first stop, she was on doing text and was on the phone again. So Sandra, on behalf of the committee, and I think on behalf of everybody, this is your second year of chairing this. Absolutely excellent job, and we appreciate it. Okay, President Peterson, I think we're done.
Ms. Brownrigg, did you have any final comments? You can unmute her now, Mr. Blair.
Lots of people have tried to mute me over the years with little success. I have two more people to thank, and I do thank the committee, but I'd like to thank Allison Roush, who was at every meeting, and who emailed at whatever time I emailed and texted and did whatever needed to be done. And then Ann Hariso is just a gift. Ann, you're a pleasure to work with. You're invaluable. You're tireless and you're unflappable. And I really appreciate you being our admin support. And as for the rest of this, we're done. This is my last hurrah. So let's pass that funding and make it happen. And I thank you for the privilege of serving. I appreciate all of you. And that's it.
And thank you, Ms. Brownrigg, on behalf of the entire board as well. So one last round of applause. Thank you. Without exception, if we could take a 19-minute, I'm sorry.
Would you like us to have our consultant come up to answer any additional questions?
Yes, thank you. We will have any consulting questions, thank you, and then we will take a short recess.
So you remember Mark Truex from doing the polling presentation. He's been working with us around messaging and strategizing. And he recently did some focus groups that we will talk about more during staff's next presentation. But if you have any questions for him around his opinion on timing and other things,
I'll open it up to any directors, and if we not, I would just like to hear the consultant's recommendations to follow on to our committee.
Well, thank you, Director Peterson and Mr. Chairman. I'll start there. And good evening. And first, MBEC, thank you for this work. It is quite impressive, the amount of work. I wish I had a team of volunteers on every campaign that I worked on that was as dedicated and knowledgeable working through this. I was sitting in the back room going, okay, yep, sounds good. Yep, I like that. So, no, again, kudos and thank you for your work and leadership. To answer the question at hand on timing, it's a double-edged sword. As you alluded to, it going on earlier helps with fundraising. Actually, there then becomes something that we can talk about, and it's not nebulous of what if we do this and what if we do that. But then it limits under campaign finance laws what the district can do. My recommendation, and there's been a lot of back and forth on this, but an idea that has come out, let's get it on earlier in August there's an August 8th meeting, can we make changes on that, things of that nature, rather than having it at the very end where there's a razor thin time, you're going to approve it, the next day we're going to get a ballot number, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing, from a guy who runs campaigns for a living, until you set it, I can't get a number. So I technically don't know. We assume it's going to be 5A and 5B. There's necessarily no guarantee about that. But until it's set, I don't have a number if I'm running a campaign. I'm not saying I'm running this one, but on anything. If I need to look at it and I need to say vote no on 127 or vote yes on 5A and 5B, until I have that, I can't produce anything. So getting it on and starting to work through that process helps us, helps the campaign get materials, and then there's something to look at that I can trigger in the back of my mind. Okay, yeah, I keep hearing about this 5A and 5B thing. Okay, I need to get on Google and do a little research of what does that mean, things of that nature. So it helps me, but it also gives us a little bit of a flexibility knowing in that August timeframe. And that's in the state of Colorado on a statewide ballot initiative. That's right when signatures are due anyway, which is that first week of August. For statewide ballot initiatives, we get the numbers and the titles as the Secretary of State does their validation process later in the month. So it fits right in with when the state would be doing things as well. And being able to issue things without it going, way earlier. So there's, again, any number of different recommendations, but my recommendation, I think you set a study session that could easily be adjusted in that early August timeframe. Superintendent, anything else?
No, I think that pretty much summarizes it. Yeah, appreciate the questions.
Okay, any other director questions, comments for our consultant? Director Gilstrap?
Sorry, I just wanted to correct one thing that I learned. The ballot numbers actually have nothing to do with when you vote. We're not going to get them regardless until September because that is the last time anyone can submit for a county measure. And so if someone were to take off, like last time the county commissioners put one on, so if they had taken theirs off for whatever reason, we would have moved up. So unless the district has different information, that is what I learned last time. So we may not have numbers until early September regardless of when you vote.
And actually,
Thank you for that clarification.
we need to do a little more diligence in that area because as it turned out, the 5A, 5B designation was not driven by Douglas County, but was in fact driven by Elbert County because we have some voters in Elbert County. And so we would need to go back and do some research to see if it's pretty much always been 5A, 5B. So we need to do some research to see if there's some certainty that it would be again.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now we will take a 15-minute and we will start at about 10 after with the next item, which will be the review public hearing regarding charter school applications submitted by Alexandria School of Innovation and John Dewey Institute. Education will come back to order. We now are on item number 15, the review public hearing regarding charter school applications submitted by the Alexandria School of Innovation and John Dewey Institute. We will start off with a brief few slides from Superintendent Kane, and then we will have Ms. Brandberg present. Superintendent Kane.
Thank you, President Peterson. These slides were supposed to be at the beginning of the JDI presentation, and we had an administrative error, so I apologize that we just posted them separately today. Okay. I am playing the role of Gordon Mosier today because he is on a plane. So, all right, so just a little background. New charter school application process in alignment with the Colorado Charter School Act. The Board of Education receives and reviews all applications for charter schools. And if the Board of Education does not review an application, it will deemed to be a denial. We welcome high-quality charter applicants on an annual basis. Our letters of intent are due March 1st, and full applications are due between March 1st and March 15th annually. Here's just an overview of the charter school application process consistent with the Charter Schools Act and the contents of a standard charter school application. You guys see the same information every single year. Here are some important dates that you should know about. Again, March 1st is when the letters of intent are due to choice programming. The applications are submitted by March 15th. And then March 20th, the Choice Department met with the CART team to review the process and have an initial discussion. The CART reviewed the applications between the 17th and the 7th. On March 20th, the Choice Department met with the DAC, FOC, and LRPC to review the process and have initial discussions about the application. March 30th, the application was reviewed. And April 7th, is when the initial questions are due to the choice office. Applicant interviews April 18th. And April 20th is when additional questions are sent to the applicant, et cetera. So May 3rd, the CART session is working to complete a final recommendation, which we do not have for you yet, as is our process. Tonight is the first public hearing of both the John Dewey Institute as well as the Alexandria School. And Ms. Judy Brandberg will be presenting to the Board of Education for those two proposals. Each of them would be 4 times for a total of 8 applications. And this is who was on the CART review team this year in terms of having a representative from every area. We had everyone from special education across departments across our district, charter leader, charter parent, planning and construction, et cetera, including an outside reviewer. Then the next steps after Ms. Brandberg gives her presentation to the Board of Education on her application. Public hearing number 1 again happens right after her application review as part of the public comment for the charter school that's posted on your agenda. And then May 15th is when the Choice Office will share CART's final recommendation with Cabinet. Cabinet will affirm that recommendation or not. And so Cabinet's recommendation would be sent to the applicant and to the Board of Education on the 19th. May 23rd would be the second public hearing, and it is also the meeting in which the Board of Education makes the decision to deny or approve the application. And then May 24th is when contract negotiations begin in the case of an approval or conditional approval. Can I answer any questions on the process or on next steps before I introduce Ms. Brandberg? Okay, with that, Mr. Blair, if you could load Ms. Brandberg's presentation, and I will introduce Judy Brandberg.
And for this item, board members, we have a 30-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A, knowing that this is not actually a vote tonight, as the superintendent stated. Go ahead, Ms. Brandberg.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to come tonight, and I'm excited to do this. Can I, let's see, that's not my...
Yeah, we'll get your presentation in just 1 second, please.
Okay, awesome, wonderful.
There you go.
So we're going to go ahead and start, and I want to give a little bit of history about myself. And before I start that, I just want to say that this week is a landmark week for public education. And that's because this week we are appealing our case 2021 SC 885 to the United States Supreme Court. All of the facts that we will be disclosing tonight in our community meeting pursuant to 22-30.5-107.2 about the Douglas County School District Board, staff, and attorney crimes will become public knowledge this week and will be scrutinized under the national spotlight. Starting this week, Douglas County will be put under the federal microscope. So we're really excited about that. We've been working really hard on that case, and we'll just go ahead and start. So we have actually 12 schools that we've presented, 4 of them to Jeffco Public Schools, and then 8 to Douglas County at Ridgegate, Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, Highlands Ranch. Each one of our applications was over 14,000 pages, if you can believe that. And each application was a little bit different, so it was a labor of love and a lot of work. So here's a little bit of history about myself. In 2009, my husband and I co-founded the STEM School and Academy in Highlands Ranch, and it was approved in November of 2009 by a vote of 7-0. And it did take us about 2 years from start to finish to open the school. And in 2011 then, we launched and we opened the largest charter school ever in Douglas County in Colorado history with 478 students. My husband was the president and business manager, and he was one of only 3 charter schools in the state of Colorado to write and secure a SECFA bond to buy the STEM building in only the first year of operation, which saved the school $1 million per year as the buyout price was set to increase $500,000 per year, and the rent would have increased $500,000 per year. So when Barry, my husband, left the STEM school, the audits showed that there was a $2.2 million budget surplus, and the school was in excellent fiscal shape. I was the after-school director of the community center, and we kind of launched something new when we opened the STEM school, is that we wanted the school to be open and a community center for all kids in the community, regardless of whether they went to our school. And so during that first year, we raised $468,000 in just the first year of operation, and we opened over 100 STEM-focused clubs that all kids in the community came to. Educationally, the STEM school started out in the first year as one of the top performing schools in the district. So here's a little bit about our timeline. In 2009, we co-founded the STEM school. 2013, we left. And when we left, we signed a confidential, mutual, two-way separation agreement that said any dissemination of any draft is a violation of this agreement. It was also, it said there was a no non-compete clause, and there was also no non-disparagement in there because it was a mutual agreement for both of us. In 2014, then we submitted the Alexandria School of Innovation to Douglas County and Jeffco. And then 2017, we submitted it again to Douglas County. And in 2018, we submitted it again to Douglas County. And this time we appealed to the State Board of Education and we were denied. Then we came back, and in 2019, and this is part of our U.S. Supreme Court case, is we submitted John Dewey Institute to Douglas County School District and we were denied. And then we appealed to the State Board of Education. Then we went on to district court and we were denied. We went to, at the start of COVID, we appealed to the Colorado Court of Appeals and we won it there after 2 years. And then you all took us to the Colorado Supreme Court and we lost, and now we are appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court. So on March 14th, 2023, we submitted 4 applications for Alexandria, and then 4 for John Dewey to Douglas County, and then 4 more to Jeffco. So you might look at all that timeline and say, well, why have Judy Brandberg's previous 4 charter school submissions to Douglas County and 1 to Jeffco not been approved? What is the problem? So we're going to discuss that tonight because that's the elephant in the room. Instead of, in previous years, I've worked extremely hard to get all the letters of intent, which have been abundant. And we've worked to get over 50, in 2018, I had over 50 letters of support and business partners, and from both business and industry and higher ed. And I said, I'm not even going to do that anymore. I'm not going to cry wolf because I'd just be denied. And so I said, we're going to expose exactly what happened. And so we're going to talk about the STEMgate scandal here. So when we left the STEM school in March of 2013, over half of the students left the school with us in protest to the new STEM school administration. This created catastrophic financial failure at the STEM school in addition to the decline of test scores in some categories. In January 2014, the STEM school contract came up for renewal, and the financial documents presented to the Douglas County Board showed a $1.2 million deficit. And you can look it up, January 2014, and you'll see it for yourself. In February 2014, the Douglas County Board granted STEM a 3-year, not the requested 5-year contract extension, with 7 contingencies because of many problems at the STEM school. However, the administration's fiscal mismanagement was not mentioned. In June 2014, the STEM audit showed a $1.7 million deficit, and by October 2014, STEM had more than a $2 million shortfall and could not qualify for a low-interest SECFA bond by itself and could not renew their bond funding. In October and November of 2014, knowing that the STEM school was in bankruptcy, the Douglas County Board executed a secret, non-transparent, under-the-table, backdoor, illegal, and unlawful criminal fraudulent SECFA bond bailout and co-signed for the STEM bond without meeting 4 of the 7 contingencies for a legal 3-year contract and without a required 5-year contract. There was no 5-year contract in the bond. In fact, there was none. And you can read it yourself because STEM did not have one. This was a criminally obtained fraudulent SECFA bond by the Douglas County Board. Most importantly, at that point is that STEM never had a legal and lawful parent complaint and communication policy from 2014 to June 2019. At the time of the fraudulent SECFA bond acquisition, 4 of the 7 contingencies to qualify for a legal 5-year contract were never met. The most important contingency for the safety of the STEM students was a parent complaint and communication policy, which the Douglas County Board was fully and keenly cognizant of. The STEM school parent complaint and communication policy from 2014 to 2019 during the tragic STEM school shooting, murder, and slaughter stated that if parents complained or warned the school of dangerous conditions, their students would be expelled from the school. Before the tragic STEM school shooting, many parents complained loudly to the authorizer, Douglas County School Board, who did nothing to protect the students. In January 2019, the STEM school contract once again was presented to the Douglas County Board for renewal, and I was at that meeting. President David Ray, Board Director Kevin Lung, and other board directors openly admitted during the January board hearing that they had not enforced the 2014 STEM contract, and many parents complained to the board and that night about the unsafe learning environment. In January 2019, just as what had happened in 2014, the Douglas County Board, the 2019 Douglas County School District Board also voted to give STEM school only a 3-year contract, not the requested 5-year, because of the illegal parent complaint and communication policy, which put all students at a risk for the school shooting. In January 2019, the Douglas County Board should have removed the failed and incompetent STEM School Board and administration and not renewed their contract. The safety of all 2,000 students was compromised because of the Douglas County Board's dereliction of duty. On May 7th, 2019, the tragic STEM school shooting, murder, and slaughter occurred. After the STEM school shooting, the 2019 Douglas County Board, just as the 2014 Douglas County Board had done, scrambled to obstruct justice and to cover up their gross dereliction of duty, and once again hurriedly renewed the STEM contract with a 5-year term without any investigation and without correcting lingering STEM school board and administration problems. The current students and staff are not safe under the current STEM school leadership and board because of their non-compliance history. The only legal contract that the Douglas County Board executed with the STEM charter was signed by the original STEM school board chair and president, Barry Brandberg, in 2010. The 2014 and 2019 STEM contracts were fraudulently and illegally executed. Did I go 2? Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Brandberg, if I may, you've got 50 slides, and I've yet to hear anything about JDI or
Okay,
Alexandria.
we're gonna get to it.
I just want to let you know we have 30 minutes allotted.
Okay, how many minutes have we gone so far?
We started at 8:10, we're about 10 minutes in,
okay.
so 20 left.
Okay, so meanwhile, Douglas County Board thwarted the creation of our schools, the employment and property land building ownership in 2014. So in 2014, we were extremely popular with the STEM parents who asked us to open another school. Letters of intent were abundantly and easily obtained. And in January, we met with the Superintendent Fagan and shared our plans to start the Alexandria School of Innovation. Immediately after that meeting, and this is pursuant to the Cora requests that we've done, in order to stop our new school from competing with the original STEM school, a Douglas County cabinet member and Douglas County charter director solicited from the STEM school director and then disseminated to Douglas County a one-way forgery, not the two-way original, a one-way forgery, fraudulent misrepresentation, and altered contract of the original two-way mutual confidential separation agreement. The two-way mutual agreement stated any dissemination of any draft would be a violation of this agreement. And dissemination of the forgery purported as the original is actually a felony offense with a penalty of jail time. And therefore, we are asking for the arrests for these crimes. In 2014, the CART did not get the facts. And in 2017, and they voted, both Douglas County and Jeffco, both voted to deny our charters. And on the night that we presented at Jeffco, somebody came from the STEM school and spoke lies about us during the public comment, which was not good. And so we spent the next 2 years in litigation and ended up having a disbarred attorney. And the man he was working for committed suicide. So it was not a good thing. So in 2017, we submitted a new charter to the Douglas County for Alexandria School of Innovation. And on May 27th, 2017, in an email to the Douglas County Board, we shared the facts that we discovered in the May 2016 Douglas County Cora. And we complained about the STEMgate scandal, the $2 million catastrophic financial failure, the Douglas County Board bailout, the cover-up, and the employment discrimination. If Douglas County had heeded our warnings, the May 7th, 2019 STEM school shooting, murder, and slaughter would have been prevented because the current STEM board and administration should have been removed by the Douglas County Board. After we shared the May 27th email with the board, I endured fierce harassment and threats from the Douglas County Board president. This board president said that if I stepped down from the school, that she would approve the board. She would approve our charter, and I refused. And this was obstruction of justice, witness intimidation, witness retaliation, and witness tampering. In retaliation to our warnings and complaints, the Douglas County Board voted to deny our charter in June 20th, 2017, in order to cover up the board crimes and to silence and muzzle me. That's why I want to get through this presentation. So in June 2017, we filed a retaliation claim with the Colorado Civil Rights Division because the Douglas County Board retaliated against us and voted to deny our charter because we complained. And the board president actually called me a terrible name, and that is why I'm so passionate about your diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, because I know what it feels like to be discriminated against. So on November 8th, 2017, Douglas County filed a position statement to the Colorado Civil Rights Division, and once again, they disseminated a one-way forgery, purported as the original two-way mutual separation agreement, and they said that they could slander us as much as they wanted. And the original contract stated any dissemination of any draft is a violation of this agreement. Then on January 20th, 2020, after nearly 2 years of litigation and trying to get this Cora that showed up, it's a Brandberg position statement that was used in 2018 to deny our charter. We finally got the Cora and we got the definitive evidence that once again, a Douglas County charter director and the Douglas County charter coordinator had disseminated the forgery once again to thwart and deny our charters. And these were federal crimes of obstruction of justice and breach of contract. And just to let you know, and this is what we've talked about in our U.S. Supreme Court brief, is that is a federal crime when there's witness, victim, and informant tampering, retaliation, and intimidation, when there's altering or destroying or falsifying records. In this case, they were forged. And the obstruction by the corruption of officials or public employees. Okay, so anyway, that's just a very painful past, but it had to be mentioned. And because of that, we have filed notices of claim now for $1.6 billion, and we filed those on March 1st, and we're asking Douglas County to help us build all 8 of those schools and the 4 for Jeffco. We've filed those with Jeffco, and we took those values out of the master capital plan. And you can read our charters. And we are also asking remediation from the attorneys. There were over 25 attorneys that worked with the forgery and the rules of professional conduct for attorneys. Rule 3.3, and Mary Kay Clemish would know about this. It says a lawyer shall not knowingly offer false evidence or offer evidence that the lawyer knows to be false. And if the lawyer has offered material evidence and comes to know of its falsity, the lawyer shall take reasonable remedial measures. So now we're going to get to the good part, and I can go pretty fast. So why build charter schools now? And we just heard the presentation. The bond did not pass. And we know that the assessor's office just issued the new assessments, and that property taxes are going up. And because of inflation, I hate to say this to you all, but I think it's unlikely that Douglas County voters and our economy can support another mill levy bond tax increase. And we are ready and poised, and we want to build those schools. So each school will highlight a unique STEM cognate area. So our first school at Ridgegate will be in aerospace, artificial intelligence, science on a sphere, and let's just take these. So here's ASI, aerospace, artificial intelligence, and the science on a sphere. Crystal Valley will be biomedical, vet tech, and information technology. Sterling Ranch, because there's more dark sky out there, we'd like to build a planetarium and an observatory, and then emphasize solar, wind, renewable, and oil and gas, non-renewable energy. And then Highlands Ranch, and we're asking to get the leadership and governance of the STEM school back because of the breach of contract by both STEM and Douglas County. And we've asked we hope to build a new high school campus with an emphasis on aviation and aerospace. We'll talk about that later. There's our mission statement. You can read it later. Whoops. And I want to emphasize that this was something that was in our original charters. It's something I've talked about every year that I've been here. And I fully support your career in tech ed. Ours are going to be a little bit different. We're calling them research labs, and they're based with a business and industry partner together with a higher education leader. And I could go on, but I'll keep it short. This is just one of those. It's our Aviation Innovation Lab. That is my brother up in the left-hand corner. And he was a major in the Air Force, and his last assignment was he was a teacher at the Air Force Academy. He also flew the B-51, B-52s, and the C-141s. And when he was in high school, and this was, I went to a little high school called Windsor. Now it's a booming metropolis. But Ames Community College offered a career in tech program, and he was able to get his pilot's license when he was in high school. So this was back in 2014. We did all kinds of after-school programs, and we went to Independence Aviation and had several classes there. We did Young Eagles. We had all kinds of flights, and we wrote a grant. So this is just one of our labs. So in 2018, John Evans came to me, and he said, John Evans is a former state senator. He was on the State Board of Education, and he has a son on the autism spectrum. And he said to me, would you mind putting our charter inside of and embed it inside of Alexandria? And I said, oh, I love that idea. I said, I would absolutely love to do that. But he did not have his charter written at that time. So in 2019, we wrote the charter. It took us about a year. And he used another charter called, can't remember it right now, but he had written another successful charter. So we used that as the basis for it. And so John Dewey is 100% created for students on the autism spectrum. So 20% of the Alexandria school population will be students on the autism spectrum. And there's our mission. I'm going to read it quickly. John Dewey Institute is a PK-14 alternative education inclusion charter school serving students with autism spectrum disorders in the least restrictive environment by providing PK early interventions, a project-based STEAM plus B focused curricula, concurrent enrollment classes, certificated career and tech education classes, research labs, pre-apprenticeship programs, and transitional programs for young people 18 through 21. The goal is a high school diploma paired with real-life skills to use after graduation. JDI does not guarantee success. It guarantees opportunity for all students. So this is a little bit about John. When John's son was in high school, he went to one of the local principals here, and he found out that his son would only be receiving a certificate of participation with an asterisk beside his name. And so John ended up taking his son to HumanX Academy, and the tuition was about $30,000 per year. And he did that for 4 years. And so that was John's motivation, was to provide a free, appropriate public education for kids on the autism spectrum. And that's our goal, is that every student will get a high school diploma. So this is Dr. Temple Grandin. I'm sure you've heard these statistics. It is estimated that about 90% of adults with ASD are under or unemployed. What many people don't realize is that unemployment rates for those with ASD are higher than all employment rates for all disabled Americans in general. So in 2019, when we wrote the charter, we wrote a huge section all about career and tech education. And we wrote it even before we saw TACT, but we're modeling and using a lot of their ideas. We love everything they're doing there as well. So JDI students will offer career and tech education classes, including automotive tech and engineering courses in conjunction with our STEM-based research labs, which will be sponsored by business and industry leaders. And I love what you're doing at the Legacy campus and with your partnership with DU and a chef, but we're not thinking along those lines. We're thinking along the lines of Chick-fil-A and teaching our students how to manage a fast food place. And so each one of our campuses would have a real welcoming environment and would be a community center open for all kids. And here's a list of our career and tech education classes. This was a model that John and I worked on together. All the curriculum will be aligned to state standards. And this was John's idea, which is very, very innovative. Grades K through 8 will receive badges. No grades, just badges. And of course, by 9 through 12, they need grades. But students in each stage are given an unlimited amount of time to complete the academic standards required regardless of their age. The students will begin each year in a cohort of 5 to 6 students with a 1 to 12, 1 to 7, 1 to 4, or 1 to 1 teacher to student ratio. And just so you understand here, it is extremely expensive to do John Dewey Institute because the most expensive teachers that you can hire are special ed teachers because there's a shortage of them. And then the next comes math and science, so this is a very expensive school, but John Dewey Institute will pay no rent. The only budget expense in our budget is for staffing. And in fact, ASI will supplement some of our funding, budget funding, to go to John Dewey. And here's our curriculum stages. 9 through 12, they will be assessed in a regular grading system. Interactive technology, school-to-home engagement, a supportive team, applied behavior analysis, and also support with students with dyslexia. And then I think it was Anthony Graziano in 2019, he said, well, what about early intervention for PK students? And that is definitely something we're going to do because we know students do better if the sooner they get intervention. And highly qualified educators. So our motto is John Dewey Institute does not guarantee success, it guarantees opportunity. Career and tech classes, apprenticeship programs, research labs, concurrent enrollment classes for college credit, and then expanded learning opportunities, which we call our community center after school, as well as other classes. Okay, 30 minutes.
28 minutes.
20. And I could have gone into much greater detail.
With that, I'll open it up for any director comments, questions around either JDI, ASI, or any parts of the presentation.
Kaylee.
Director Weiniger.
These sound like exciting schools. What is the reason behind wanting to open 8 all at once rather than just 1 and
well,
starting from there?
It's because of the Supreme Court case and the notices of claim with the forgery and bribery and the discrimination. So after we found, in 2016, we did a CORA request and we found all this discrimination. Douglas County was talking to Jeffco and they were talking to STEM and they were saying things that were not true about us. So we wrote a notice of claim. And so just so you know what a notice of claim is, it's in England when they used to sue the king, they had to write a notice within 180 days of discovery of that incident. So we wrote a notice of claim for $1 billion because we said we could have started 50 schools if you would have not interfered in allowing us to start those schools. So that is out there, And what you all said to us in that position statement is, you said to us, is that it was Class B versus something else, a case that we shouldn't do a breach of contract or a discrimination lawsuit, but the proper lawsuit in the proper avenue, the proper legal pathway was actually to go to the state board, to go to district court, to go to the Colorado Court of Appeals, and then the Colorado Supreme Court, and now to the U.S. Supreme Court. So we have that $1 billion out there, and then when we found the forgery, that was news to us, we wrote another one. And so why not use all that money to build schools? So instead of applying for just one school, the case that we're using was a case that Clarence Thomas actually wrote from the EEOC that says that if a third-party employer, and you all are a third-party employer, thwarts the creation of our schools as well as our property, land, and building ownership, which is a constitutional right. So that's why we've asked for 12 schools. And we did the same at Jeffco. We read their master capital plan, and they need to build schools in Red Rocks Ranch and Leyden Rock. So we put plans in for them as well. So we feel like if we would have had the opportunity, our charters should have been approved in 2014, and they weren't. And so because Douglas County kind of interfered with that, that's why we want to build all these schools all at once.
Oh, and so your funding is relying on the money from the litigation, correct?
Yes.
And when do you expect that litigation to finish?
Well, it's being filed tomorrow or this week, and I'm hoping that because of the seriousness of the crimes, that it's going to get immediate attention. And so that's something we can just keep a watch out for.
Okay, thank you.
Other directors? I have a question around the letters of intent. You mentioned all the previous iterations and things like that. Do you have contemporary LOIs, letters of intent? And my concern is when you look at the number of schools, and you have schools within schools, and some of these schools specialize in ASD and other things that are associated with formal IEPs, 504s, things like that. My concern is more around the demand. If you were to build 8 schools, 4 within 4
Yes.
within Douglas County, given the numerous growth and decline projections and everything we've seen from our committees and things like that, how do you know that you would fill those schools?
So in 2019, and I'll just address John Dewey first, we had over 300 letters of intent for just John Dewey. And I think the statistics right now from the CDC say that it used to be 1 in 44. I think it's gone down to 1 in 36 students are on the spectrum. And we can't discriminate against. We're going to have to allow anybody to come to the school. So that came up at Jeffco. So if anybody wants to come to ASI, they're going to be allowed. We can't just say kids on the spectrum, even though that's who it is. So we had no problem getting those letters of intent in 2019, 2018. We had hundreds. We had close to 1,000, I think, in 2014. Now, I'm not going to cry wolf again, because I've done that every year. And that's why we had to address the elephant in the room first, that Douglas County committed crimes. The board, the staff, and the attorneys all engaged in breach of contract. And the public needs to know what happened first. And once they know what has happened, it's going to be easier for us to get those letters of intent. But the way we worked it at STEM is we got a conditional approval, and then we had to have, within a month or two, we had to have 20% and then 40% and 60%. But I'll tell you what, I've been so busy with everything else, I haven't even had a chance to think about letters of intent. But that's the next thing.
Yeah, it's a unique problem. I know when Director Ray often questions when we do charter school renewals and reviews, we look at population, and when we go back to resourcing, we know that our students with special needs, we look at the load and what that brings to a school, whether it's our public neighborhood school and our charter schools. We also know, due to changes in law, you cannot acquire as to, fill out your IEP 504. It's illegal. So it makes it a very interesting challenge to say you're going to have dedicated facilities specifically for ASD within a school that's got a certain target population and all the resourcing and everything that goes along with that. And it seems really difficult to determine the actual demand signal, certainly the current demand signal. One thing I'll mention that's kind of related, Director Ray and I were just at our DCCAC meeting, the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee, and incredible announcement. They've got 2 ASD-focused pilot programs in two of our center-based programs at Sage Canyon and Coyote Creek. So this is something we're already putting in our schools, and we know how difficult it is. And then to have a dedicated school, from what I'm hearing, without known enrollment or without no demand, and it's not just one, it's 4. It's an incredible scope. Is just something that concerns me. So other directors, questions, comments? Director Williams.
So I have a question more about the land.
Okay.
So if the land isn't donated and needs to be purchased, obviously that's a significant expense. Has that been taken into consideration? And
So I did have a meeting. I don't think Richard Cosgrove was in on it, but Gordon was. And I've met with several of the county commissioners. And for instance, the land at Crystal Valley is currently not owned by Douglas County yet. So it has to be conveyed by whoever owns it. And for instance, in Jeffco, I did meet with the city planner at Lakewood and also at Arvada, and they currently own the land there. So it hasn't been conveyed to Jeffco, but, and it's the same with Dougco. You don't own the land yet, and Richard Cosgrove can correct me because he knows more about this than I do. But because our 14th Amendment rights were violated, that Douglas County thwarted the creation of our schools, and as well as the property, land, and building ownership. That's why we're asking for the donation of the land. And then we've also invoiced your school insurance plan, Colorado School District's self-insurance pool, and we're working on that right now to build the schools.
Director Meek.
Ms. Brandenburg, thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to understand the school within a school concept. So could you explain just a little bit about how John Dewey works within the Alexandria School? Everything from staff and the boards to the building infrastructure.
And if I'd had more time, I would have done that. So, okay, we'll do it right now. So I'm a believer in least restrictive environment. So I think when John Evans started out with this idea, he wanted to institutionalize and keep kids on the autism spectrum separate from their peers. And, parents don't like that, and the kids don't like that. And so really, we're just a microcosm of what happens at a traditional public school, because Douglas County does this same thing. They embed their special ed program, except they embed 8%. It's general 8%. When we went before the State Board of Education in 2019, I got corrected by them. They said, we want 20%, not more than 20% for an inclusion school. So for instance, I don't know if any of you have been to Vanguard Classical. Has anybody been to Vanguard Classical? They have an inclusion school in Denver. I think it's on the borderline of Denver and Aurora, and it's for kids with cystic fibrosis. So there's 20% inclusion inside of their school. And so the way we wrote it is we wrote it as separate schools. And we did that for many reasons. We'll get double funding with the startup grant. And we don't want to scare the Alexandria parents off, because we have to think about that too. And we'll probably still take 8% over here at Alexandria. But then this John Dewey will get to share the lunchroom, the digital media library space. They'll get to share the football fields, all the athletic programs. They will get some of the front office staff as well. I think in our budget we had one office person for John Dewey, but we're going to donate as much as we can from Alexandria over to John Dewey. And the most important part is that all of these labs, I don't know if you've been to TACT, but we want at every school to have an automotive tech lab, as well as our culinary arts. And it's not going to be culinary arts like the wildlife experience, but it's going to be training kids to work in fast food.
So thank you, that's really helpful. So thinking of the governance structure that you would use, it sounds like there are two separate boards. There'd be a board, right, for each separate school. Have you thought about how conflicts of interest might be addressed if, say, there are conflicting decisions that the boards would come to, and they're sharing space and infrastructure and everything?
And I know it's not going to be easy. Everybody has asked me, are you ready for this challenge? And I know it's not going to be easy, but hopefully we won't have any conflict. And with Aaron's schools, with American Academy, they have one board for 3 campuses. So precedence has been set, and we're using that same precedence. And the way we're doing it right now is we have the same board for both Alexandria and John Dewey. And I told my board, I said, don't show up tonight because this is my fight. These are issues that I need to bring up before Alexandria and John Dewey can be approved. And I think we discussed that more in the charter. I could go into greater detail.
Other directors? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brandberg, but don't go anywhere because we are moving into item number 16, which is public comment regarding proposed charter schools. The Colorado law, CRS section 2230.50-107-2 requires that a public hearing be held in the district to obtain information to assist the board and its subsequent decision to approve or deny a charter school application. This will be the first of those formal required public hearings, and it is limited to comments on JDI and ASI. And we have 3 minutes to be allotted to each speaker this evening. We have 2 speakers that are signed up, and those would be Judy Brandberg and Judy Brandberg making comments for Barry Brandberg. So Mr. Blair, if you will be ready from the time. This is not for the board. This is not a Q&A. We finished with that. This is merely a public comment session regarding the proposed charters. So Ms. Brandberg, anytime you are ready.
This week is a landmark week for public education. This week, we are appealing our case 2021 SC 885 to the United States Supreme Court. All of the facts that we have disclosed tonight in our community meeting pursuant to 22-30.5-107.2 about Douglas County Board, staff, and attorney crimes will become public knowledge this week and will be scrutinized under the national spotlight. In 2014, 2017, 2018, and 2019, our charter school applications were denied because of the following federal statutory violations. Number 1, Federal Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, third-party employment discrimination. I am a strong supporter of diversity, equity, and inclusion policy for all students and employees because I, too, have been a victim of discrimination. Number 2, the federal equal protection of the laws as written in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution provides and requires that states guarantee the same rights, privileges, and protections to all citizens and does not discriminate against an individual based on a suspect classification. In 2014, 2017, 2018, and 2019, the Douglas County Board retaliated against me and voted to deny my charters because I enrolled in Colorado Civil Rights Division protected activity on February 15th, 2007, because I complained about Douglas County employment discrimination and I participated in multiple investigations. Employees who have engaged in protected activities, such as making a complaint of discrimination, are protected from retaliation for doing so. In 2017, in the Douglas County, Colorado Civil Rights Division position statements, 5 times Douglas County pretextually labeled me litigious because I bravely complained about the lack of Douglas County diversity, equity, and inclusion. In 2014, 2017, 2018, and 2019, Douglas County had no intention of approving my charters because the board denied my charters because of pretext, because I am litigious, and I'll own up to it. And I complained about employment discrimination. Number 3, federal due process of law violations. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, including non-compliance with the procedural requirements of the Colorado Charter Schools Act. In 2018 and 2019, the Douglas County School District and state boards were in non-compliance with the procedural requirements of the Charter Schools Act, including non-compliance with the following statutory laws. Number 1, failure to hold a community meeting. Number 2, failure to rule by resolution on the application for a charter school in a public hearing. And then number 3, failure to notify the Department of Ed of the denial or refusal and the reasons therefore. Douglas County is not above the law. We have to obey the laws just like the pupils, parents, and the community. Number 4, federal obstruction of justice, 18 U.S.C. 1503. Douglas County used a broad range of federal crimes, including altering records, fraud on the court, bribery, forgery, witness tampering, witness retaliation, and witness intimidation to thwart creation of our charter schools, employment, property, land, and building ownership in 2014, 17, 18, and 19. These are felonies and serious crimes used to stop charter approval. Number 5, federal U.S. Constitution Amendment 14, citizenship rights, which states, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. In 2014, 17, 18, and 19, Douglas County thwarted the creation of our schools. My employment and property, land, and building ownership. Employment, property, land, and building ownership are terms, conditions, and privileges of employment at a charter school, and they are constitutional rights. Number 6, federal 18 U.S.C. 7221B, grants to support high-quality charter schools. In 2014, 17, 18, and 19, Douglas County thwarted the creation of my charter schools and denied me terms, conditions, and privileges of third-party employment, including federal grants to support high-quality charters. And then number 7, Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the IDEA. In 2019, in violation to the federal IDEA, Douglas County School District and the State Board denied John Dewey Institute students on the autism spectrum a free, appropriate public education when they thwarted the creation of our employment and property, land, and building ownership. John Dewey Institute is the first charter school in Colorado history created exclusively for students with special needs. So I am a
15 seconds remaining.
I am a strong woman of principle. I refuse to compromise my beliefs, and I ask you to enforce your diversity, equity, and inclusion policy and approve all 8 of our charter applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brandberg. Okay, with that, unless anyone needs a break, we will move into item number 17, which is the Superintendent Monitoring Report, and number 3, Safe, Positive Climate and Culture. And this is 20-minute presentation with a 20-minute discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So I'm going to present monitoring report number 3, Safe, Positive Culture and Climate. And then Mr. Reynolds will be able to work with me to answer questions, as well as Deputy Superintendent Hyatt. Okay, so just an overview of, again, the monitoring report schedule agreed to last year. And this monitoring report is the final one, and it's on safe, positive culture and climate. So this is actually the 5th monitoring report presented. All right. Safe, positive, and culture and climate, the board ends are listed up here, along with the executive limitations that have been mapped to this particular end in this monitoring report. So we'll start with sub-end A, a purposeful focus on creating a caring, safe, fun, supportive, and positive learning and working environment for all students, district employees, parents, and community is manifest throughout the district. Staff has interpreted that to mean that the district focuses on climate and culture through establishing, reinforcing, and supporting positive culture norms throughout our system. As evidence of this, we would start with the superintendent entry plan, and that would be an April 12th, 2022 presentation. And then there was a follow-up to that presentation later on the superintendent goals. The climate and culture norms that have been established in our system presume positive intent, exude and expect optimism, address concerns the right way, create a culture of safe mistakes, and communicate kindly and respectively. Another piece of evidence is our employee guide, which is a guide for our employees to make sure that they understand benefits and programs that we offer for them, as well as expectations and rights. And then building foundations, trust, and norms. So our Director of Organizational Development and Experiential Learning, Ms. Jolie Jones, has facilitated at our district leadership meetings, climate and culture workshops. And so you got an idea from my presentations, my State of the District presentations, kind of how she facilitates and does those. So these facilitations followed the same kind of thing with interaction in the same way, and building trust and reinforcing the climate and culture norms. Sub-end B, there is clear evidence and a common understanding of the shared belief that all students can succeed when given a safe and caring learning environment. That has been interpreted by staff to mean that district employees, parents, and community work collaboratively, proactively, and responsibly to ensure the psychological well-being of all students. In addition, a focused level of teamwork and professional development is ongoing among district employees, community, and law enforcement agencies to ensure the physical safety of students, district employees, and visitors. So the interpretation is that this end covers both physical safety and psychological safety. We have provided multiple safety and security updates throughout the year to the Board of Education and the DCSD community. The School Resource Officer Training, National Association of School Resource Officers, that training was held July 3rd through 8th, and our district, in conjunction with our law enforcement partners, were active participants. Threat assessment training and resources for administrative teams. Our mental health team provides student mental health resources, training, and support for schools, including threat assessment training. And we've been having a significant emphasis on threat assessment training this year and making sure that all of our administrators have that training. Regularly scheduled meetings. We have regularly scheduled meetings with specific employee groups to discuss, plan, and implement research and prevention-based practices, school-based prevention programs, We implement prevention-based programs for students, such as Sources of Strength and Second Step. Safety and Security Committee. Our DCSD Safety and Security Committee, of which President Peterson and Director Hansen are a part, is formed with members across our district and leadership within our government and law enforcement, fire department, mental health, and community members, along with both neighborhood schools, charter schools, and private schools, for the purpose of collaboration on school safety matters. And that's an effort led by Douglas County School District and our Safety and Security Director, Johnny Grusing. Mandatory training, our staff provides mandatory training modules for staff. These modules are reviewed each year and updated as needed. Ongoing leader support and training, so we provide training and support for school and administrative staff in terms of safety, security, and training drills. Partnerships with law enforcement. As we've talked about in this boardroom before, we have unprecedented partnerships with local law enforcement agencies, including the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the Castle Rock PD, the Lone Tree PD, and the Parker PD, and we are incredibly grateful to all of them for their partnership. Our standard response protocol magnets and parent guide for crisis communications. So we printed over 70,000 magnets. We left one on your at your space for you to see what those look like. Those went out to all of our parents and staff members to be able to just remind what the standard response protocols are. And we provide training for our staff around standard response protocols, as well as have an entire parent guide for crisis communications. And that's all available on the district website. Our emergency reunification process exercise, so in the last couple of years, we have really stepped up our practice around making sure that we are ready for emergency reunification processes, and we have conducted multiple drills, including the most recent one on April 24th, 2023, which included staff, students, and local law enforcement at 2 school locations with reunifications at separate locations from the schools. We participate in the Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado survey around managing student conduct. So more than 95% of DCSD's participants will respond that DCSD schools are safe places to learn and that students have one adult or staff member they can trust to support them with social, emotional, and personal concerns. We have participated in the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. That survey is given every other year. So the last issuance of that survey was in 2021 in the fall, and the next issuance will be the fall of 2023. We briefly touched on that, I believe, at the last board meeting. We will continue to collect that data, and since I know I will be asked about reflections, and one of our hopes is to eventually get our own survey, develop our own survey instrument so that we can take more frequent annually collect data annually to measure how we're doing in all of these areas that are covered in the monitoring reports. Extracurricular participation. We encourage our students to participate in extracurricular activities, clubs, and sports in schools in order to increase sense of belonging. So you can see the end of your report for that. Okay, policy and I didn't mention it, but also on safety and security, I do want to mention that our safety and security team goes into every single school every single year and does a lockdown drill where they train staff, administration, and students and walk through the entire process. So our schools don't just have training slides on mandatory training. They actually have law enforcement in partnership with our safety and security team in their buildings once a year, providing them with training and with a drill exercise for the staff as well as the students. All right, policy and 3C, behavior expectations are clearly articulated, supported, and taught. We have interpreted that to mean that DCSD expectations for employee and student conduct are published and available for students, staff, and the public. Expectations are implemented consistently across the district. And so our employee guide communicates to our employees the expectations and code of conduct. We have our student code of conduct that gets updated every single year that is published on the DCSD website. It is also acknowledged by parents as part of the check-in process. And then for our high schoolers, it's acknowledged by students as well. Individual school student handbooks. We have handbooks in our schools that also outline students' rights and responsibilities and make them available on their website. Administrator attendance and discipline training. We offer multiple opportunities for administrator training outlining attendance and discipline processes, procedures, and expectations. This year we had 4 sessions where 278 administrators from 78 departments and schools completed the training, and that happened in September. Family acknowledgement of student code of conduct, I mentioned that. Prevention of bullying policy revisions. So as you know, we have had a comprehensive team working for many months to update, to make recommendations to update our bullying, prevention of bullying policy with best practices from CDE. Student discipline matrix review. Every year, our school leadership team undergoes a review of the discipline matrix, and they are in that process right now in the school leadership team. Safe, let's see, policy end 3D, multiple communication systems are available and used by students, district employees, parents, and community to ensure that all voices are heard. This one is interpreted as, we have systems in place to provide timely, transparent communications and have established two-way feedback mechanisms. So this piece actually crosses with the monitoring report from last time around positive communications with families, et cetera. So a lot of the same evidence you will see here again on those two-way mechanisms and all of the various communications avenues that we use when communicating with our community, as well as, again, those two-way feedback pieces. On the executive limitations, executive limitation 8 is with respect to staff interactions with students, parents, guardians, and the community. The superintendent will take reasonable steps to ensure conditions, procedures, actions, or decisions that are lawful and in compliance with board policy. That is interpreted as the student will provide professional development and resources, the superintendent that is, professional development and resources regarding superintendent regulations, expectations, and climate and culture norms. And that is included in our mandatory training for staff that we update every single year. Our norms were shared via live stream at the beginning of the year, reinforced in the state of the district, and will continue to be reinforced both through being modeled as well as through being discussed. And then our employee guide, again, is an important piece of that. Executive limitation 9 is about managing the programs of the district with efforts to assure that school environments are positive, safe, conducive to the learning process, and free from unnecessary disruption through the implementation of district policies and compliance with state and federal law. Accordingly, the superintendent will operate within the delegation of the authority given by the board with regard to student discipline and will administer the programs of the district to further accomplish the following consistent with board governance policy and state and federal law. For interpretation, we almost said as stated, but the interpretation of that is that the superintendent will implement climate and culture, attendance and discipline related board and superintendent policies consistently throughout the district. So the student code of conduct, student attendance, enrollment procedures, prevention of bullying policy revisions are all evidence for that. On the school safety front, executive limitation number 10, the Board of Education recognizes that effective learning and teaching takes place in safe, secure, and welcoming environment, that safe schools contribute to improved attendance, increased student achievement, and community support. Safe schools are a priority of the district, and the district is committed to providing a safe environment in school, on school vehicles, and at school-sponsored activities. Accordingly, the superintendent is responsible to assume that Safe Schools Plan is developed in accordance with applicable law and board policies. So the interpretation here is the student will develop and submit the Safe Schools Act accreditation report, which we are required to do every year in accordance with state law and the procedures required by the Colorado Department of Education. So you can see what that report looks like, and our performance framework for 2022 acknowledges that we are in compliance with that requirement. Before you ask questions, I just want to also say that as with our other monitoring reports, we recognize that we need to work on the data part of it, like more than just we're implementing all these things, therefore. And that is, again, something that is a goal of mine and my administration, to be able to gather actual data in terms of the baseline data and the comparison data moving forward. Do you have anything to add to that, Matt? All right, now I'll take questions.
5 minutes under time.
Woo.
We have 20 minutes for board questions, and we'll open it up. And if I might start, executive limitation 9 or 10, if you would go there, Mr. Blair. So I'm not sure if it's under school safety because it has to do with the environment, or whether it's around discipline things. I believe we're waiting for a CDE level decision around recommended changes to policy JKA and JK-R, and for those, that's seclusion, restraint, things like that. I believe they're due to take action on that this week. Do we expect, what is our status on that? Are we waiting for them to take action and then review that in staff? And do we expect to have proposed updates to that this year? Because I think it kind of belongs in this bucket of discipline, safety, treatment of students, things like that.
Yes, and I will let Deputy Superintendent Hyatt add to my answer if she'd like to, but we do need to get the regulations from the Department of Education before we go through the process of recommending any modifications to our policies based on those recommendations. And that is a process that takes some time, because we do it with, as we did with bullying, which took us several months, right? It's just getting the right team in place and making sure that we're getting input and reviewing across the staff. So I wouldn't expect that anytime quickly. I think we're probably looking at early next school year. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, and it's a matter of one that we want to get right. I know we're waiting for some other precursors and things like that, but in terms of the spirit of monitoring and oversight, I mean, I put that in the same category as bullying. We've got some policy work to do, some clarifications. We're reacting to other entities within the state, and then ultimately it'll come down to the professional development, the training, and the actual implementation to see what that looks like. And as one director, we need to move through that process. We need to do it deliberately. But that's something I'm going to be interested in looking at, is how are we doing? Did we get the policy right? We may be able to exceed the CDE recommendations and standards. We don't have to adopt those as minimums, but I'd really be interested to see how that works going forward. I know we had a lot of public comment on it, and it's another area of focus. Other directors, comments, questions? Director Myers.
Thank you. I hope you can have a little sigh of relief until next year and we start over. All of our end statements are important, but tonight, we've just been on this topic so much of this safe, positive culture and climate, because that's where our kids perform best. That's where we have just a good culture. I know this is a lot of work, and so I want to thank you. I just honestly think that you have done such a great job with all of your monitoring reports, and I know that you'll be reflecting back on what you've done and what you're looking at. You've got a great cabinet, a great team that helps you, so thank you. And I know it's coming near the end of the year. I hope you get a little bit of, you know, a feeling of accomplishment that you've done quite a bit this year, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Myers. You know, I would actually add a significant shout out again to my whole team, and in particular the team that worked on ADB-R and all of the implementation plans around ADB-R, because that is, of course, directly connected to a safe, positive culture and climate. And so, you know, there are a lot of things to come, as you could see from that ADB-R presentation. And so the work is never done. But thank you very much.
And just to follow up to ADB-R, looks like there is a lot of hooks into monitoring embedded in that report. I know back in February, I think I remember Assistant Superintendent Windsor talking about accessibility to our CT programs and looking at that aspect of, which demographic groups were participating in accessing CTE. And, there was really good news there. But I would hope that we go forward and evolve monitoring. I know this is our first attempt at putting it back in, that we could even further map policies like ADB-R up to the 5 ends and but I will concur with Director Myers. This was a pretty good first start, coming through 5 monitoring reports and just trying to get them in place and meeting board expectations. I know we've given you some formatting changes and some recommendations, but again, thank you for the effort specifically in that policy.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, in the presentation of ADB-R, we did map what would be reported out on and what monitoring report to expect those things to be reported out on in the future, so that the collective ends, because really it involves all of our work, so the collective ends and those collective monitoring reports would show you a whole picture. Thank you.
Other directors, questions, comments? Director Ray, then back to Director Meek.
No, just again would echo, thank you again for another very comprehensive report on our one of our board ends. And I would just do a quick shout out to you, Superintendent Kane, especially in the climate area. You posted your entry plan, you posted your norms, and I've had the pleasure of watching you do this twice. And no one does it better. You model what a positive climate should look like nobody I've ever seen. So I just want to just a shout out to you for that.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
Some of mine, and I also appreciate the precursor of we need data, we need metrics, because I think that's we keep coming back to that, because I think it is awesome to see all the things that we're doing, but I think we're all at that point now. It's like we're ready to really look at how do we know we're growing, how do we know what we know, and so I'm really looking forward to the evolution of this, of really looking at some baseline and some ways to monitor growth. And I know we do ask you, and I'm going to ask you to reflect a little bit more too about these in terms of, not only are you thinking about data, I hear, are there other reflections that you have as you went through these and saying, hey, these are some areas I think we need to focus on for next year under these particular end statements?
Yeah, yes, Director Ray. There are definitely areas, and even as I was going through this just now, repetitive helps you makes you think it through. Sorry, I'm tired. Makes you think it through every single time. So, the biggest things that strike me are, one, I do think you have to start with, here are all the things that we are doing, and then get to now, what were the measurable impacts of the things that we are doing. And so I think that is a consistent reflection across the first iteration of each of these reports, and the natural evolution will be more impact focused moving forward. I also, just looking at some really specific things, we want to add, we have had some discussions about adding mandatory training for our students. And what that would look like in terms of implementation. So one reflection that I have had this year in general, that we have all had, for example, our discussions about Safe to Tell. We spend a lot of time telling students that Safe to Tell is there and encouraging them to use it, but we don't actually spend a lot of time talking to students about the purpose of Safe to Tell and how to use it responsibly and well, and what other alternatives there are if you're having a problem. Just really helping work with our students, because we keep our staff so well trained and well informed that we want to do a little work with our students around the professional development piece. And then, the second reflection is really just around the conversations that we've been having recently. As I said in my statement this morning, which I absolutely, or this morning, it felt like this morning, at the beginning of this meeting, which I absolutely stand by, that our educators and our staff and our leaders are doing an amazing job making sure that they take care of every single one of our children. But we are going to continue to work with our system to make sure that we can address everything that we need to address as proactively as we possibly can. And vaping would be one of those reflections. So there's a whole number of reflections that we constantly have in cabinet about also evolving our monitoring to what our circumstances are in the current year. Did that make sense?
It does, and I would just reflect with you. I'm really pleased every time I hear us talk about doing more with students. It excites me because when I look, for instance, at this policy in 3A where we talk about an environment, a positive learning and work environment for all students, it feels very heavy on what we do for staff, and I don't see a lot of. I know we do it because we have incredible educators that do it every day, but where, in terms of that reflection for our students, I think we benefited so greatly from most student focus groups, from a student advisor group, but where we sit down and actually can talk to students about, at the beginning of the year, where are you now? And at the end of the year, how did you feel it went? But it just seems like that really lends itself a lot to bringing more evidence in terms of how our students are feeling about their learning environment.
And really to add to that reflection, we've reflected a lot on exactly that topic in cabinet as well, and a discussion that's always had in our district and has always been had, and I think Director Ray, you and I go way back on this discussion, right, is that balance of the autonomy of our schools and what sort of our baseline expectations are. And so part of that is in thinking about mandatory training for our students, or how can we make sure that we're giving the schools the space they need while making sure that fundamentals are in place in terms of proactive training and resources and support available for our kids. So those are all discussions that we are having, and I think that is, again, a piece of reflection. So that's very valid, and we found that as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Just a thought too, as we're looking for those metrics regarding data. You mentioned the school-based programs like Sources of Strength, Second Step, No Place for Hate. Those programs embedded, I believe, have their own metrics for doing some pre and post kind of some data. So I think it would be great if we can utilize and highlight some of those with monitoring our progress when those schools use those programs.
Yeah, and we're trying to make sure that we've got the right programs in place that are the most effective for our kids. We're currently in the process of doing a full inventory across all of our schools to understand what's in place right now, because that looks a little bit different in every single school. And that's one of those areas where we're trying to talk about some consistency.
Great. One more. And this might be for Mr. Reynolds. I had a hard time. I love the active links, by the way. But the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, I had a hard time replicating the data grid that you presented in this monitoring report. I got to a dashboard, but then I got kind of overwhelmed with what region are we, and then I couldn't pull up the same data that you pulled up. So I'm just wondering about that, because I think this is really great data for us to take a look at when it comes to looking at how students are feeling about their learning environment.
Thank you very much. Great question. The data set that you're referring to is the dashboard that's provided for our particular region. We have a unique situation in that our district is so large that we actually represent our own region. So our public data set that's out there, you can actually go through and look at the dashboard. We also get our own internal data set regarding for just our school district as well. But in that dashboard, you'll be able to go through and find the correct year and the correct question. And it'll actually not only show you the overall, which is what are in these tables, but it'll disaggregate against
whatever demographic questions are also apparent in that survey.
So we have our own region, did I hear you say, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
And that region number is?
I believe we're region number 3, but I'll verify on that.
Okay.
Or is it 5? It is 3. I got it right the first time. So you can click on our region, which is region number 3.
Okay.
And that way you can start pulling up the interactive dashboards for us to disaggregate.
Great.
And you asked a wonderful question about data, which is in my wheelhouse. I love that question. Our challenge with all of the monitoring reports is the sheer volume and the location of all of this data. Take, for example, the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. Every one of their questions, which there's over 100 of them, can be disaggregated against any one of the demographic fields that students submits when they fill out the survey. So when you think of the permutations of how many data points you actually have, the question becomes, when we establish a baseline, what are our true focus areas for us moving forward? And as our superintendent just alluded to, that's really much of our work moving forward is you have a massive volume of data. Where do you try to find and identify specific targets for us to work on, because you can't address it all. Right. And so part of our work in engaging with conversations, we'll just take the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. Danelle and her staff, Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and her staff, work with schools on how to interpret this data just because of the sheer volume to help them identify what are some areas of focus, because you can't identify it all. And so some learning of going through this is just trying to locate where all of the data is and how to create the appropriate targets for us to truly monitor moving in the future.
I would just follow up by saying that's where I think we would benefit from the staff's expertise to tell us, to narrow that down to say, we're seeing that, for instance, the Healthy Kids Survey talks about belonging. We had that conversation last night, and so I really would think that would be an area that this board would want us to focus on. But that would, I think it could be done collaboratively so that we're helping you narrow the focus, but you're also helping us know, what's out there that maybe you think we ought to be paying attention to as well. But I appreciate that.
I'd also like to just mention the integrated multi-tiered systems of support, system of supports. I think I got that wrong. But that is so important in all of the work that we do, and that is very much about data collection, but it's about data collection and responsiveness for each individual child. And that really is, that's the work where we're really improving things for each individual child, whether it's academically or social emotionally. Kind of the key structure there is that multi-tiered system of supports.
Director Miku has been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I just feel giddy. This is such a great conversation. It feels so meaningful, and honestly, this is such a great monitoring report. And I know you qualified it with, we're not quite where we want to be, but this has more metrics than the prior one. And I feel like, we're learning, and it's iterative process. And so even when I look at, looking at the emergency drills and the chart that's in here, and it says expectation rate is 80%. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work, right? You have a defensible measure and a rationale why, that's what your target is. And so I see great progress in that area. And, there's so much in here, and it really demonstrates to the public. I don't think we need measurements on every single thing. I think you all are the experts and can decide, where we really need to zone in. And I think the disaggregation piece is extremely important. And, mental health being so important, and the most recent research showing that it really is girls and LGBTQ and kids who are in the rural environment. So there's research out there that kind of helps us identify the groups that maybe we want to drill down into. And everything we do is about helping the individual, but because we can't look at every single individual, we take a systemic look, right? And the disaggregation allows us to then zero in on the individuals and provide support. So anyway, I think it's progressing, and it's really exciting to see that, and it's exciting to have the conversations around this area. I feel like this is what, we're making decisions based on children and not based on adults. And so the one area that I do wish there were more data would be around the student conduct, discipline, attendance. And, you know, those are some areas specifically that I know we have data and we can pull that, right, and take a look to see. And I think there's so much overlap with what we spent so much time on last night with ADB and ADBR. And so that's just the one area that I do feel like it's worth pulling that data and really highlighting, you know, information in that area. But other than that, I think that's, and I also wanted to thank you for the statement at the beginning of the meeting, you know, providing clarity to our community and our system, you know, what our expectations are. And I think that was very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to Director Meek's reflections and a little bit to the statement I made earlier, it is my belief that as a system over the next year or so, based on what the research is showing us, that as a district, we're going to have to think about doing finding a more effective way to, as a district and a community, tackle social media. I think it's something that, as an education system, we kind of are like, that's over here, and we wish it wasn't there, and that's about as far as we can get, as we wish it weren't there. But the impact that social media is having in particular on our girls, according to the research, that social media is having a massive impact on girls across this country. And so I think some of the things that my staff and I will be talking about over the next year is how we can look at kind of tackling that head on as a community. I think it is a place where our community can rally together because it's a problem, and it's a real problem for our kids. So that would be a response to that reflection. Thank you.
Mr. Blair, can you actually bring up the written report that's attached to this as well?
Oh, that's in your wheelhouse.
And page 4, when we get there. And while he's bringing that up, two things. First thing, this board took action to get us a dedicated threat assessment specialist, a position that we didn't have previously. And I can say, as one of the two members to the Safety and Security Committee, it has been invaluable. It was a best practice that we learned from other surrounding school districts that they had, and it's something that this board was able to do to directly impact safety and security. Page 4, please. And if you can just go to the bottom right there, F, thank you. Due to NDA and things, obviously the board can't get into, nor should it get into specific strategies, tactics, techniques, procedures, technology, things like that. But just to give a great overview to people that wonder what happens in that committee and the great work, if you just look at those bullets starting in September and then going all the way through, you will see the diversity and frankly, the incredibly collaborative nature of that committee. Just like our MBEC, I have never seen such a committee where different stakeholder groups from different jurisdictions come together for a singular purpose of keeping our students safe. And the incredible humility that starts with our Director of Safety and Security, Johnny Grusing, Paul, his deputy, all the way down to the participants, and the willingness to have other people come in and say, what do you do? What's a best practice? Consider it, evaluate it for this county. Is it appropriate for Douglas County? Not to gleam onto the shiny object, but really have very, very thoughtful discussions about what is appropriate. Again, without violating any NDAs, you have a very dedicated group in that committee and incredible partners that are working diligently to constantly, continuously improve our security stance here in Douglas County. And good enough is never good enough there. There is constant, continuous improvement, and it's something that I just wanted to share. And I know Director Hansen would share if she was here as well. But that's as close as we can get to highlighting some of the great work done by that committee. Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Thank you. And just as a general comment on monitoring reports, I actually really appreciate what you just said. Good enough is never good enough for our district. And I don't anticipate that I will ever be able to deliver you a monitoring report where I'm like, okay, and now we're done. Good enough is never going to be good enough. We are always going to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can for kids. And when we've done that, we're going to do more. Because we owe our kids and our system nothing less. I really appreciate everyone's feedback tonight. Thank you.
One more, Director Meek.
Thank you. So I do notice the last question under the Healthy Kids survey is percentage of students who've been bullied on school property during the past 12 months. I mean, is that data we could get disaggregated and delivered to the board, given our conversations of late?
Yeah, there should be an active link within the monitoring report for you to go to the dashboard, and you can splice and dice to your heart's content. It's really kind of a very cool dashboard. I know that's my kind of thing to talk about that sort of data, but it'll allow you to really look at that specific question for our region, which is Region 3, and to be able to look at it across whatever demographic field. And the demographic field, like our other demographics, are all self-report, but that demographic field information is based on how they report themselves on the survey itself. And so just bear that in mind when you look at that data.
I would also just caution the use of that data because the Healthy Kids Colorado survey was last issued in the fall of 2021. So it is almost 2 years old. We will be participating again in the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. And we talked a little bit about that in the last board meeting, and we'll send you a memo with the details in the fall of 2023. And I think that will be the most useful and informative data as far as drawing a baseline and moving forward.
Can I just like follow-up question to that? No, we're past time. Just a follow-up to that? Really quick, how do we conduct that with our kids? Do we set aside a time at school where they get to go on and take the survey? Just logistically, how do we do that?
Yes, so we're going to prepare you a full memo with some of this information there, so I don't want to lose track of that. But what occurs first is they reach out to us and give us a sampling of our schools to say these schools have been selected to participate. We expand that to include all of our schools to give them an opportunity. They reach out to each school to coordinate efforts individually at each school to select a sampling within every one of those schools. The survey itself is optional. It's something that students can participate or not participate in. So the people that are administering it locally, they take that into consideration when they set up their own administration in their buildings.
And as with last year, there's a parent opt-in component. So this is kind of reason number 900 why we really eventually want to get our own survey instruments. We just have to be able to have the dedicated resource time to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. And with that, we will move to item number 18, President Report. A Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 23 May. Agenda planning for that meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, 11 May at 10:30 a.m. Already mentioned the 2 autism spectrum disorder focused pilots that we have at 2 of our center-based programs. Can't wait to hear feedback and see how those go. That is, I know, accumulation of years probably of effort to complement our AN programs and also our mild, moderate, and severe special need programs. So applaud specifically Deputy Hyatt, her whole team in getting those pilots up and running, and more data for Mr. Reynolds and others to collect and report on. Also, Director Ray and I were able to see an incredible video called Readtopia. And what this was, and again, this was at DCCAC, our Special Education Advisory Council. It was how we take our science of reading that was piloted previous year, has been rolled out district-wide with a lot of PD on the part of our staff last summer. And this looks at the science of reading application for our students with mild and severe special needs, and the growth and the milestones. Remember, back to our mission vision, it's about making sure each student has the ability to achieve his or her unique potential, and the Readtopia program, still based on science of reading, that same common methodology that we have throughout the district in terms of standardization, was producing incredible results. So the video was 4.5 minutes long. Maybe we'll get it out here. There were other videos that I wish we could play all night, but if you have a chance to see it, Ms. Rader's out there. I don't know if it's available somewhere on the district website, but I would love to get it available for our community to just look at and see some of the great work that's being done by our staff and our folks in our schools. And with that, I will turn it over to Vice President Williams.
Sure, so I have no committee reports. However, I would like to take a minute to thank our amazing staff and teachers during this Teacher Appreciation Week or Staff Appreciation Week, and just let you know how extremely valued and appreciated you are for not just our students, but also our community and our families. So thank you for all that you do. In addition, speaking of the statement that you made earlier, Superintendent Kane, and to what Director Meek has brought up, I believe that it is important for the board as a whole to make a statement. I believe I can comfortably say as one member of the board that this board does not condone or tolerate any form of racism. And it is certainly not the culture or environment I think any of us would want for our students, staff, families, or community. So I just wanted to put that out there. If anyone wants to add to that, I feel like I think we all support that statement. So that's it.
Thank you, Director Williams, and we'll start with Director Meek and work this way down because Director Ray never gets to go last, so I won't give him those honors.
Sure. I definitely want to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the staff and to all of you here twice in a row this week. And I know how much work goes into these board meetings, but all of our teachers. And it has been such a pleasure recently to go to several school-related events. And I have seen firsthand recently with all the end-of-year activities, just how much joy and work goes into doing everything possible for the students. I was able to see a Shrek presentation at Lone Tree Elementary. I think Kaylee was there too, and it was so incredibly cute and fun. But just to see the entire community there, I ran into someone I worked with 18 years ago who was straight out of college, and now he's a dad at that school with 3 kids. And, you know, just to see the community connections that we have in our schools is really powerful. Was able to attend the Leader in Me celebration at Redstone recently, and so Director Myers, Director Ray were there as well. And then several of us actually were at Castle Rock Middle School. I spent the entire day listening to advanced learning plan presentations on their passion topics, and it's just incredible to see the work that's underway in our schools every day. Looking forward to graduations next week, so that is usually the highlight of the year for me. So I think those are all of my updates, and I did have a question just on the board calendar around a couple of items for Board President. The team lunch with communications and the district mental health meeting, I was just curious what those items are.
I'll defer to the superintendent to get clarification.
Thank you. It is national, and actually I was hoping it's National Communications, it's National Communications Professionals Day, and we're hoping to celebrate our communications team, and the national organization puts out certificates and recognitions that are supposed to be signed by the superintendent and the board president. And so I invited President Peterson to help me hand out those certificates.
And the mental health meeting? that's on the calendar. I was just curious what that was.
Yeah, again, I'll have to look it up and reference that. It's probably,
Douglas County Youth
Is it another
Initiative
surprise
and
that
mental.
maybe we
No.
can talk
The
about later?
Douglas County Youth Initiative and our mental health team are partnering to provide a lunch speaker next Monday. That's different. Not sure then.
okay, Director Weiniger,
No updates.
Director Myers.
Okay, so April 30th, I went to a play in Parker at Pace. It was the American Academy Charter School, did the Addams Family. Couldn't get enough of Uncle Fester. He was quite entertaining. These kids are just wonderful. Also went with Director Meek and Director Ray last week at the Redstone Elementary, and I asked permission and took my 4-year-old granddaughter, and she was quite impressed, and the kids were just really made her feel included. And in fact, at one point, she just wanted to sit on the floor with them, and that's what she did. She didn't like sitting with us. And yes, and I'm going to that Lunch and Learn that's coming up Monday the 15th, the DCYI, and it looks very informative. A really great speaker, entertaining, and I mean, I guess he's really good. And so that's part of, I guess I get those invitations, as does the school, but maybe you guys don't get that through DCYI. So I know I'm going to it, and I think anybody can. You can sign up, you know. So also, I wanted to kind of say something about something that's not ever on the calendar, about my husband, 2 years in a row, has gone to the Ponderosa Car Show, put on by the kids at Ponderosa, the students in the car automotive, and he says it's one of the best car shows ever. So a shout out to those kids, because they operate it so smoothly. They actually have quite an array of cars there. And I said, well, wait a minute. I didn't know about that. Not that I go to car shows that much, but I would attend. So I think this was their second year in a row. So he said it was just fabulous. And then last, I want to thank our officers that are here to protect us at all of our meetings. They walk us out to our cars, and I know we get some unusual things that happen, and I'm one of those that really does want to protect our First Amendment speech, and as was unusual at the one board meeting, but I want to tell you that not any time do I ever feel unsafe in this room, so thank you.
Director Ray.
My gift to all our staff and teachers is not to continue to elaborate. So happy Appreciation Week to all our teachers and staff.
We have one final item, item number 21, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, Ray.
Second.
Second by Williams. Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger. Passed 6-0. Meeting is hereby adjourned.